Hello everyone, welcome to a class of animation with Adobe Animate for learning 2D animation. So if you're planning to learn 2D animation from the beginning, then you are in the right place because we'll cover in this class from the basic to advanced. This is a beginner level class, so if you have no previous experience, then you can join in this class. Let's take a look what you learned from this class. Introduction to the workspace and interface, basics to the Adobe Animate, understanding the fill and the stroke, learning to use glossing brush tool using the paint brush tool, the timeline, the frames and keyframes in Adobe Animate, difference between a shape and an object, understanding the symbol, difference between the graphic and the movie clip symbol, the classic tween and the shape tween, the camera option and parallaxing, and a project on creating an icon to animate in a path. And lastly, I'll be telling you guys about exporting your animation in Adobe Animate. After this class, you will be able to understand animation principles, interface and tools, creating and editing vector graphics, keyframes and frames, different kind of twins, symbol creation and management, exporting and publishing. This is a project-based class, so you will be doing while you're learning. You will have class projects, so what you learn, you will be able to participate in class projects, so you can do practice while you're learning. You will have supporting resource in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help you. So let's start learning Adobe Animate for 2D animation.
Hello everyone,
together.
And welcome you all to first chapter of the animation with Adobe Animate. Okay, so this is the chapter number 1. Okay, where I'll be giving you guys an introduction to the workspace and the interface of the Adobe Animate. Okay, so this is a very powerful software which is basically used to make some 2D animations in Adobe. So this is quite an interesting software which we'll be learning over here in this whole tutorial. So let's get started with the workspace and the interface first. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Animate. Okay, so here, if you are familiar with any other software by the Adobe, okay, you might be familiar with this kind of interface. Okay, so here you guys can see first, I do have different kind of presets right over here, okay? And we'll be learning about presets over here as well, okay? And basically, if you do some recent works, you will be able to check from here, okay? And on top, right here on my screen, you guys can see that is the logo of Adobe Animate, okay? And as this one is the home page, and suppose you did some work before in Adobe Animate, okay? So now you want to open that up. So in that case, you guys can click here onto this open option, and this open option will actually take you to your PC where you have actually saved down your work. You guys can come here, search for that work, and from here, you guys will be able to open those files, okay? Otherwise, if you do have any kind of graphics or anything which you have created using Illustrator, okay, you guys can bring all of those animations or all of those illustrations. You guys can come here and work with all of that, okay? And on top, I do have my menu bar, okay? So here under the menu bar also, I do have different kind of options here you guys can see, okay? So once we move on to our class, like once we move deeper into this whole chapter, we'll be learning about the usage of all of these things right over here as well, okay? So now let's start with clicking right over here onto the new file, okay? So here, once you just click onto the new file option, okay, they will be showing you guys a window popped up quite like this, okay? So here you guys can see now I do have this particular window where I do have different kind of presets, okay? So if you think what are presets, so presets aren't basically anything as such, okay? So these are just screen sizes, okay? So here you guys can see these are screen sizes, and those are actually calculated in pixels. So from here, basically, you won't be able to change the unit, okay, as we are working with pixels over here. But you guys can actually change the size, okay. So here you guys can see this is the HD, this is full HD, and if you want to make any 4K videos, here you guys can see the screen sizes, okay. So for me, what I'm going to use is I am going to use the standard one, okay, so which is 640 into 480 pixels. So from here, suppose if I do take this one, my PC, which I'm using right now, will be able to take the pressure over here, okay. And there are a lot of presets. Let's check. Okay, so here there are for social presets, and if you are making any animation for gaming and stuff, basically from here, you will be able to get all of these sizes accordingly. And over here, as you guys can see, I am changing this, and here you guys can also see that I am also changing the frame rate. Okay, so here you guys can see you will be able to change the frame rate accordingly. Okay, so if you don't know what frame rate is, okay, so once you do any kind of video, okay, so videos are basically clicked images. So here they're telling me that in 1 second, okay, I will do have 24 frames. Okay, so it's showed in such a way that 24 frames will look like a video to you once you play at once. Suppose you think you are watching any video, okay, so that what is at 30 FPS. In that case, what happens is like in each second you are viewing about 30 frames. Okay, so in that case, this frame rate matters. Okay, so here you guys can see this is 24 frames per second. And if I come right over here, here again, you guys can also see for ads, it's 30 frame rate per second. Okay, so for me, I do use 30 frames per second. Okay, so there are different sizes of frame rates. Okay, there is 29.97. okay, it's actually like 30 seconds. Okay, but there is a slight difference over there. And under here as well, you guys can see I do have different kind of sample files. Okay, so here if you just hover your mouse on top of these animations, here you guys can see these are also basically different kind of sample files which you can actually modify. Okay, so here you guys can actually see there is platform type. So basically you guys will be able to select between HTML5 canvas or you want to use ActionScript 3.0. Okay, so I hope you guys have got a basic idea about what this is. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, so here now I will click on to create and I'll be showing you guys the workspace and the interface which you're going to work on. Okay, so once you click on create, it might take some time. Okay, so here as you guys can see, this is the workspace in which I am going to work on. Okay, so you guys might think, okay, it looks quite complicated right over here. Okay, like how I am going to work over here in this particular option. Okay, so let me just simplify this one for you. Okay, so here I have already told you that I actually have a menu bar here on top. Okay, so this is the home button. If you just click over here, you will be redirected to the home page of the Adobe Animate. Okay, so now here you guys can see I do have 2 pages. So now from here, what I'll do is if I do want to delete one, I can come here and I can actually delete one page. Okay, so if you do want to add, if you want to do add more over here, you guys can come here, click on new, and it will actually create you another new one over here. Okay, so now I'll come here, and here onto the left hand side, here you guys can see I do have different kind of tools. Okay, so here you guys can see selection tool, you guys do have the free transform tool, the lasso tool. Okay, so different kind of brush tool over here. Okay, so shape tool, pen tool. We'll be learning about these tools later into our classes. Okay, so let's try to understand this particular place first. Okay, and this is the timeline where you will be basically working. Okay, we'll be learning about timeline, and here also you guys can see I do have the properties panel. Okay, so here I do have the properties panel, and here if you want to access to your library, if you do have saved anything, you guys will be able to save from the library itself. Okay, and here are different kind of assets. If you do want to take any kind of assets for animation, you guys can come here and you guys can basically take this pre-made assets and use it in your system. Okay, and here also you do have different kind of options. If you're working with the color, you guys will be able to work with color over here. And if you do want to work with different kind of color swatches, you will be able to do that. And here, this is the transform option and the alignment option right over here. Okay, and information about your clip or the shape you make over here. Okay, so there are different options which you'll be able to access over here as well. Okay, so let's go to the properties panel, and from the properties panel here you guys can see basically if you want to increase the width and the height of the document, from here you will be able to change the width and the height of the document from here. Okay, so if you do want to scale it to the content, suppose you do have any kind of content right over here. Okay, so in that case, if you want to scale your content according to the size of the page, okay, you guys can click onto this option, and here you guys can scale content accordingly. And here you guys can see there is an option called stage. Okay, so stage is nothing else, actually it's the background color. Okay, so in Adobe Animate they do call it the stage, and this is FPS, which is frame per second. Okay, I have already explained you guys that. Okay, so this is that one right over here, and here you guys can see now I only do have the default profile. Okay, and if you want to use or if you want to see more settings about the workspace which you have just created, here you guys can see now from here, if I do want to change the name, okay, I will be able to change the name of this document. Okay, so from here you guys can see the MP3 audio stream option. Okay, so here if you want to check more or advanced features of this one, you guys can come here and you guys can actually check these advanced features. And from here you guys can come and you guys can select where do you want to save this particular file once you close down. Okay, so this is what you guys will be able to do from here. And if you want to publish, it will just redirect you to different page, like where do you want to publish this particular animation. Okay, so now let me just cancel this one, and if I come over here on the top, here you guys can see the center stage option. This is the rotation tool, like if you do want to rotate this particular frame, you guys can also do that from here. And again, this is the clip content outside the stage, and if you want to zoom in, this is how you guys will be able to zoom in to the page. And if you just want to zoom out, you guys can come here and zoom out accordingly from here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see if you do want to zoom out by 25%, here you guys can see this is how it will look. Okay, so now let me just go with 100% over here, which will just fit into the frame. And over here you guys can see I do have the snap object option on, and I do have my snap align option on as well. Okay, so once you on this one, and suppose I will come here and I will just make one rectangle box. Okay, so now I'll just make one rectangle box over here, and now I will just make another rectangle box over here. Let's take the selection tool, and here you guys can see using snapping option, here you guys can see I do have this one line, so they're showing me that okay, I have just aligned this one properly. Okay, so make sure once you're working over here, those things are on into your system. Okay, so again I will just select this one, and now I will just delete all of this as well. Okay, so I'll select this, I'll select this one as well, and I will delete this part over here. Okay, so this is basically the timeline. Using different layer, you guys will be able to work over here. Okay, so if you do want to add a new layer, if you want to add up a new folder, we'll be learning about all of this. Suppose you do have created too many layers, you guys will be able to delete this from here as well. And suppose here in the timeline, if you want to zoom in or zoom out, you guys will be able to zoom in and zoom out from here accordingly. Okay, so this was about the properties panel, and under the properties panel here you do have different things. Okay, so this is the setup of the document. Okay, so this particular white page which I do have over here, this is the document. If I want to change the stage color, I can come here, and here you guys can see I can choose from all of this color over here. And suppose if you do want to go to the color wheel for some different color, you guys can come here and actually choose from the color wheel which kind of background do you want. Okay, so this was about the properties panel, and from here once you put up any document, or suppose I will come here and let's just put this circle, and here you guys can see now under rectangle I do have different option. Okay, like the color and style, like the stroke size. okay, the style and the width, the scaling option. And here also I do have different rectangle options, okay, like how do I want my rectangle to be. Okay, I can also select the radius of the rectangle from here as well. Suppose if I come here, if I take 7 and if I just click on enter, okay, so suppose if I do want to increase it, suppose I will just take a 50 and let me just click on enter, and let's select this one, let's select this over here, and here under this object option, you guys can see if I do want to align it, I will be able to align it from here accordingly. If you want me to create this an object, I can also do that. If you want to smoothen your lines, we'll be learning about all of this, okay, into our next classes. So for now, I will just select this one, click the delete button from my page, okay. So this was about the properties panel. Once you have so many documents, all these things which you are not able to select right now, you will be able to select accordingly, okay. So these are tools of the timeline, okay. So this is the play button, and here you guys can see I do have a lot of option right over here as well, okay. Suppose you are looking for some kind of tools or some kind of option which is not visible here in this workspace, okay. So in that case, what you can do is you guys can come here onto the menu bar. Okay, so I'll just go to the menu bar from here, Windows, and from here, you guys can see I do have a lot of options, which if I want to work with some VR videos, then I'll just click on the VR view and it will just come here onto my screen. Okay, if you want to see your align options, you guys can come here and you guys can check the align options from here as well. Okay, so you guys can detach all of this. Suppose if you just click right over here and if you just take your timeline, if you just detach this one, and now you just messed it up, okay. So now what you can do is, suppose I will come here and I'll just delete this one, okay. So I'll just come here, delete this as well, and now I will delete my toolbar over here as well, okay. So now how you're going to work, because you need your toolbar, you need your timeline to work over here. So in that case, you don't have to worry much. Just go to the Windows option, and from the Windows option, go to Workspace, okay. And after that, what you can do is you guys can reset essentials, okay. So here you guys can click on yes, okay. And here again, you guys can see I do have my toolbar over here. I do have my timeline and my properties panel again, okay. So if by mistakenly you do delete something, okay, in that case, you will be able to get all of those options back from this reset workspace or reset essential workspace option, okay. Suppose the same thing you are coming here, okay. So these are different kind of workspace in which you will be able to work on, okay. Suppose you are doing some designer work, okay. So if you just click onto the designer option, you will have all this option regarding designing, okay. So your workspace will basically change regarding that. So here, as you guys can see, now my workspace kind of look like this. I have my toolbar here onto this particular side. I do have my properties panel on my left hand side, and before it was on my right hand side. And now I do have my screen here on the down part, and my timeline is just above my workspace, okay. So this is how you guys will be able to change between different workspace. And if you want to have some classic one, you guys can come here and click on this classic option, and over here you guys can see that you do have your workspace in a different setup, okay. So now again, I will go to Windows, and from here I will go to Workspace, and basically I do love to work in the essential workspace, okay. So that is quite handy for me to work, okay, but it depends on person to person what you're working with or what you're using, okay. It depends on all of this right over here as well. And yeah, over here, if you come, okay, and you guys see that I do have my toolbar over here in one single line, okay. So here you want, no, I don't want my toolbar to seem like this. I want it to be in two lines, which is easy for me to access. So in that case, what you can do is here you guys can see there is a small arrow signs, okay, which is collapsed to icons, okay. So you guys can click here, and here you guys can see now I do have this toolbar right over here, from where I will be able to access all of these tools for my document, okay. So it's quite handy over here. And if you want to go back to its same position, come here and again click on this option, and here you guys can see you do have your toolbar right over here, okay. Suppose here there are a lot of tools, okay, and from here what you want to do is you want to add more tools to it, Okay, so here you guys can see this is the 3D rotation tool, 3D translation tool, and also I do have different kind of brush tool right over here. Okay, you guys can come here and get access to all of this toolbar from here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the width tool. Okay, we'll be learning about all of these tools in our next class. Well, I'll be explaining you guys each and every tool present over here. Okay, so all of this tool we'll be learning in our next class. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will start working or how the interface looks like in Adobe Animate. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be moving deep onto this particular software. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye.
Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the animation with Adobe Animate tutorial. Okay, so now we are on our chapter number 2, and here we'll be learning the basic tools in Adobe Animate. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of that here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Animate. So from here, let me create up a new file. Okay, so I have clicked here onto the new file option, and now I will have a window popped up right over here. Okay, so from here, maybe I will just take down the standard screen size over here. Okay, and I'll take 30 frames per second. And what I'm going to do is I am going to click onto the create option right over here, and let's just click on to create. Okay, and here you guys can see that it actually create me a page in which I will be working on. Okay, so here as you guys can see, by default its name over here is actually untitled one. I will just delete one page over here. Let's go to file option, and from file option here you guys can see these are publishing settings. You guys can come here, and if you do want to change the name, suppose I do want to give this one a name of basic tools. Okay, so I will just come here and I will just name this one as the basic tools, and I'll just click on OK right over here. And what you're going to do now is let's come here and let's start with this selection tool. Okay, and here all the tools which I do have right over here, if they do have this small particular icon by their side, here you guys can see the selection tool do have that icon. Here the shape tool or the rectangle tool have that icon over here, and also the paint bucket tool. Okay, so if you just come here and just right click on your mouse, you will have the subtopics as well. Okay, so under selection tool I do have the sub selection tool, and we'll be learning about all of it. And I have also told you that if you don't see any tool which you know which is there in Adobe Animate, and if you want to find those things, here you guys can see there is a 3-dot icon here on my toolbar. So if I just click right over here, you guys can see I do have the width tool, and over here I do have my paintbrush tool over here as well. Okay, so if you do want me to take up the paintbrush tool, what you can do is you can come here and let's take it in the classic brush tool. Okay, so if you do want to use all of this, here you guys can see 3D transitional tool, and here this is the 3D rotational tool, and here I do have the blind tool, and this one is basically the bone tool. Okay, so I can come here, and if I do want to place up the bone tool somewhere over here, you guys can actually place up the bone tool right over here as well. Okay, so now here I do have the bone tool which I'll be able to use. And once you're done, you guys can just basically drop this down. Okay, you just can come here and select these things accordingly. Okay, so as you guys can see now, this is the selection tool. Okay, so to basically show you guys about the selection tool, I need to make some shapes. Okay, so let's come here, take this rectangle tool, and from here let's just make up this particular rectangle. Okay, so here as you guys can see now I do have created this particular rectangle, and from here basically if you do want to move this one, okay, if you want to select this thing, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to select this thing and move this thing around. Okay, so here as you guys can see, you guys will be able to move this thing around all in total. Okay, so if I just click on Ctrl Z, suppose I'll just select all of it, and if I do want to just move all of it, I will be able to move this thing quite like this. Okay, so I need to make sure that I am just selecting all of it from here till there. So this is how I will be able to work.
Okay, so now let's come here. Let's take this pen tool, and what you can do is you guys can just make some freehand designs. Okay, so here as you guys can see, okay, so you guys can basically make some freehand designs quite like this. And suppose what you want to do is come here, select the selection tool and just select all of it, and from here just click on the delete option. Okay, so after selecting this particular classic brush tool, or here you guys can see I do have the fluid brush tool and also the paint brush tool. Okay, so now let's take this classic brush tool, and from here you guys can actually change the size of the brush. Okay, so let's come here, let's make this particular shape, and after that, suppose here what I can do is using the sub selection tool. Here if I just do click here with the sub selection tool, here you guys can see now I do have different points right over here, using which I can just actually maintain the sizes. Okay, so here you guys can see if you want to change the points, you guys can basically change the points, and here you guys can see you guys can actually view these points and make some designs over here accordingly. Okay, so if you do want to select it, here you guys can see I do have these anchor points over here. Okay, if you do want to increase the size, you guys can do that, and the same thing if I do with the selection tool, here you guys can see you guys can also come here, and from here you guys will be able to move this thing around all together. Okay, so now if I just come here, and if you do want to come here, and as this one is basically only a fill. Okay, so this one is not a stroke basically, but this one is just a fill. Okay, so if you want to take stroke, you guys can come here and you guys can just take the paintbrush tool, and from here you guys can see now this is actually a stroke. Okay, so about stroke and all we'll be learning in the next class. Okay, so now here we'll see about the sub selection tool. Okay, so here you guys can see using the sub selection tool how I'll be able to change up the anchor points. Okay, so if I come here and now suppose I will just select this one, and from here you guys can see these anchor points. Okay, so what I can do is I can come here and I can just move this thing around using the anchor point altogether. Okay, so if I just come here and if I want to drag this anchor point quite like this and make some design over here, okay, you guys can come here and make those designs accordingly. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood the use of sub selection tool and the selection tool, and the shortcut key for the selection tool is V, and for sub selection it's A from your keyboard. Okay, so what I'll do is I will just come here, select this one, and I will just delete this thing up. Let's select this one as well, and now let's delete this icon over here as well. So now let's select the selection tool, and what I can do is I can just place this one here in the middle. So I will just select all of it, as this one is just not only a fill. Okay, so I'll just come right over here and I'll just take this and delete this one accordingly. Okay, so I'll just come here, select this, and now just delete this part over here as well. Okay, so now delete this. So here as you guys can see I do have this thing right now, and here now I do have the free transform tool. Okay, so here now if you want to transform this one, suppose if you come here and now if you do want to increase or decrease the size. Okay, so here you guys can see you guys will be able to increase or decrease the size without proportion. But here if you do want to do as proportion, you guys can just click on shift from your keyboard and it will increase or decrease the size proportionally. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to use this thing, this transformation tool. Otherwise again what you can do is select the whole thing out from here, right click, and you guys can go to transform option, and from here if you want to distort, you guys will be able to distort this thing from here as well. Okay, suppose if you come here and from here if I just right click, if I go to transform, if I do want to give this thing a flip vertically, okay, so here you guys can see it will just flip vertically right over here. Okay, and after that just you guys can just right click, go to the transform option, and if you want to actually scale and rotate, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, so I will just flip horizontally. Okay, so you guys will be able to flip horizontally things quite like that as well. Okay, make sure you select all of it over here. After that, just right click. Once you have selected all of this, right click, go to transform. And if you want to rotate and skew, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to skew from here as well. Okay, so now here, once I do have that icon when I'm just beside my shape, if I come here, and this is how you guys will be able to skew this thing from here as well. Okay, so now if I just come here, if I do want to give this thing up a rotation, you guys can see I can just give this thing up a rotation. Okay, so now if I just come right over here, okay, right click, otherwise come here, select this one. And now if you do want to move it up, you guys can just move this thing up a little bit over here as well. So come here, select all of it, and you guys can just move it up over here accordingly. So now again, take your selection tool, and using the selection tool, you guys can actually move this thing up over here. Okay, so now I'll just select all of this. Let's come here. If you do want to move this thing, you guys can actually move this thing up over here as well. Okay, so now you guys can just select this thing up. And if you do want to again right click, let's go to the free transform option, right click, go to transform, and now you guys can just click onto the scaling option. And if you do want to scale it small, you guys can actually scale it small quite over here as well. Okay, so now if you do want to come down, you guys can come here, select this part, click on shift, and now just select and decrease the size from here as well. Okay, so now I will just come here on top again. Okay, so now I will just go Control Z back. Okay, so I'll just select this whole thing out. Okay, so I'll just try to select this whole thing out. Let's come down over here. Okay, and now let's try to decrease the size. So I'll just decrease the size quite right over here. And afterwards, here I do have the another tool, which is the gradient transform tool. Okay, so here you guys can see now, if you do have any kind of gradients, okay, so in that case, you will be able to use this particular transformation tool. Suppose now I do have this type of particular icon right over here. Okay, and now from here, I want to actually select a particular part. So in that case, I'll come here, and this is the freehand selection option. Suppose I have just selected this particular place, and this particular place color and everything will be the same. And now from here fill option, I can basically change the color to something else. Otherwise, if I want to explore more, I can come here and I can come here and try to explore more over here. So if I just click on OK, this is how it's going to look like. Okay, suppose if you come here now, select this part. So here you guys can see, if you do want to increase the stroke and all, you guys can come here and just increase the stroke from this side. And if you just come here, let's select this side as well. And if you do want to increase it, you guys can increase this one quite like this as well. Okay, so I'll just go and Control Z. Okay, so I'll just come here and I'll just place this thing accordingly. And the same way, if you want to actually select it in a polygon, using a polygon tool, okay, suppose in a straight line, suppose I want to just select from the center. Okay, so you guys can come here, and after that select this part. And over here, if I do want to select for any of my work, I will come here and I will just select this part. And now I will just click right over here, and you guys can see only this part is getting selected. Okay, so if I do want to change the width and all, you guys can actually see I can just change the width and all over here. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually create these designs. And after that, if you come here, suppose if I do have a rectangle. Okay, so come here, let's take up a rectangle. So let's take this rectangle, let's change the stroke style to this normal one. Okay, so I'll just take this one, let's select all of it, and from here I will change up the stroke. Okay, so let's come here, let's take a normal stroke quite like this, and now I'll just select outside. Okay, so here you guys can see this part have basically changed. Okay, so from here now, if you do using the magic wand tool, if you want to select a lot of things, okay, so if I just come here, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to make another box. Okay, and over here I am going to make another box quite like this. Okay, so now using the magic wand tool, what I can do is, if I do have to create some single things, okay, I will be able to create some single things or select accordingly. Okay, so this was about the magic wand tool. And next come to this paintbrush tool. Suppose if I do have the paintbrush tool over here, if I do want to type something, okay, if I do want to make some designs over here, okay, if you can also come here and increase the stroke size. Okay, so here you guys can see how my stroke size looks like over here. And always what you can do is you can change the stroke color from here as well. Suppose I just want this kind of stroke color, I can just select this kind of stroke color. After that, I can come here and also I can choose the type of lines do I want to use. Okay, so if I come here and if I just give this kind of line, okay, so here you guys can see, okay, some dotted lines over here. And what you can do is you guys can just select the color. Okay, so if I just select some red colors, and for that, let's try to just select all of it all together. Okay, let's go to stroke and let's go to a different stroke over here as well. Okay, so you guys can come here and place those things accordingly. If you do want to go back, you guys can go back over here as well. Okay, so this paintbrush tool, what it does is once I come here and once I make these lines, those are basically strokes. Okay, we'll be learning about this in detail when we are there in our stroke and fill class, which we'll learn after this. Okay, we'll be learning about this, what type of stroke option we have, the butt cap and also the rounded cap. We'll be learning about that. Okay, so now here, if you come here using the classic brush tool, okay, if you make any shape, okay, so this one is basically a fill. Okay, so if you come here, if you just click over here, okay, suppose if I do want to select this one, okay, so if I just come here, Control Z, and from here, I want to just select all of it. Okay, so I'll just come here, select all of it. And from here, as this one is a fill, I can come here and I can just change its color accordingly. Okay, so you guys can actually do that from here as well. And here, this is the fluid brush tool. Okay, so from here, if you do want to create some lines, you guys can just create some fluid brush tool. If you want to take some straight lines, okay, using all of this, make sure to click on your shift. And from there, you guys will be able to make some straight lines. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, now I am just clicking onto shift. And again, from here, as you guys can see, you guys can just make some shapes accordingly over here. Okay, so here you guys can see. And now what you can also do is you guys can come here. And from here now, if I just click on shift, that one also looks great. Now you guys can come down and make some shapes accordingly. So all of it, if you want to delete this one, just select all of it right over here and hit the delete button. And after that, again, I will just select this particular part and hit the delete button over here as well. Okay, so this was about that. And afterwards, if I come here, let's take this brush tool, let's create some designs. And here I do have my eraser. Okay, so here also you guys can actually increase the size of the eraser. Suppose you guys already know what you can actually do with eraser. You guys can actually erase these things up accordingly. Okay, so you guys can come here and erase this thing accordingly. So you can actually custom the eraser shape. So from here now, if I do want the eraser shape quite like this, so I can just erase these things the way I want. Okay, suppose if you want it in this particular line, so here you guys can come here and just take this line and make shapes accordingly. Okay, so here if you do want to add custom eraser shape, you guys can come here and you guys can actually make or customize your shape of this eraser. Okay, so if you do want to make it in a square mode, you guys can come here and just choose the angle accordingly. Okay, so here you guys can see. Now if you do want it to be 50%, you guys can come here and you guys can just go to 50%. And here for angle, let's go with 30 and let's click on enter. And now you guys can just click on OK. So here you guys can see how your eraser looks like. Okay, so you guys can actually use this one over here. Suppose if I come here and from here you guys can actually use this eraser and just clean this out and actually have your other content over here. And here comes the rectangle tool. Okay, so here using the rectangle tool, you guys will be able to make some rectangles. Okay, so I need to make the style okay. So again, I will select the selection tool. And what I'm going to do now is, as I have selected this one, from here, I will go to style and I want to take it in a regular style. Okay. And if you do want to change the width of the stroke and all, you guys can actually change the width as well. Okay. So here, as you guys can see, this middle part is basically the fill. Okay. And the side ones, okay, these are actually strokes. Okay. So you can actually move these strokes apart. Okay. If you do want to move these strokes apart, you guys can come here and move these ends as well. Okay. If you do want to move, you guys can move from here as well. Okay. So if you do want to come to the side, select the strokes and just place those strokes accordingly over here as well. Okay. So if you do want to come here, if you do want to move the stroke somewhere over here, you guys can actually do that. And if you come here, if you just see this one, okay, so these are the opacity of the strokes. Okay, so if I just increase the stroke size here, you guys can see I will be able to increase the stroke size. And from here, let's give this one a butt cap. And now if I just deselect, this is how it will look like. Okay, so you guys can come here. Let's just place it somewhere over here. And what you can do is you guys can just give this one up a different fill. Okay, so come here and just give this one up a different fill. And just come to the strokes. What you can do is, if you do want to select the whole stroke around, come here, select the stroke option. And from here, you guys can actually check the width. Okay, if you want a line like this, and now let's just increase the stroke size. Let's come here, select this one, and let's go with this one again. And now I can actually increase the stroke size from here as well. Okay, so this is how you guys can create some designs. Okay, so this was about this rectangle tool. And here you do have the rectangle primitive tool. Okay, so you guys can see how this one actually looks. Okay, so here I don't have, or I just do have only white fill. Okay, so if I just come here again, otherwise let's go to this option. Let's come here. And if you just give this stroke size or increase it a little bit, it will look great. And now for this inside, I will just give these things up this color. Okay, so again, here you guys can see, using this particular tool, I will be able to change the width, okay, of the corners. Here you guys can see under rectangle options, I will be able to increase or decrease the width of the sides. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually make rectangle round ellipse circle as well. Okay, so this is the use of this tool. Okay, so if I come here and if you just click cancel, if you want to come here, and what you can do is, if you want to edit this object, animate first convert it to a drawing object. Okay, so if I come here and if I just come to this option, okay, so if I just click here and if I just make this one an object, here you guys can see I will be able to move this thing accordingly. Okay, so here you guys can see you will be able to move this one accordingly right over here as well. Okay, so this was about that. And afterwards, here you do have the same thing. Okay, so if you do want to create some circles, okay, you guys can create some circles quite like this. And the same way, if you want to create some circles proportionally, you guys can come here and you guys can just click on shift and make your circle proportionally. Suppose without proportion, if I do want to create some kind of ovals, you guys can actually create some ovals quite like this. Take up your selection tool and click on cancel. Come here and you guys can just delete this thing. And now select this one. What you can do is you guys can just put it here in the center. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to do. And here I do have the oval primitive tool. Okay, so now let's come here and let's just increase the size. And from here you guys can see I can just select the start angle. Okay, so for that, to show you guys this one, what I'm going to do is, first I am going to select this one. Okay, so I'll come here and now draw objects can only contain shape. This object will be automatically converted to a group. Okay, so I'll just cancel this one. And what I can do is, if I do want to select all of it, which I have over here, okay, I can just select all of this and I can just delete all this accordingly. Okay, and after that, if I just select this one, or suppose if I do select all of this, here you guys can see this is how it actually looks. So now I will just place it right over here. Let's select all this. And if you want to delete it, just click on delete. Come here into this oval primitive tool. And now using shift, let's just create a box quite like this. And here you guys can see once it's 0, it's a total circle. And I can just start the angle from here. And afterwards, I can just add the angle. And if you want to make some radius, you guys can actually make some radius quite like this, okay? And if you do want closed paths, this is how it will look. But for me, I do want closed paths over here, okay? And from here, if you want to take the butt cap, okay, or the round cap, you guys can actually take the round cap from here as well, okay? So here you guys can see now if I just zoom in, okay? So I'll just click on Control plus. Okay, so now if I come here and let's select this part, okay, so from here now if I go to this option and here if I go with this one, okay, so these are kind of sharp, okay, so here I will be showing you guys that one with line, okay, so now here I will just make one line using shift, okay, so here you guys can see how this ending looks. If I select this one and now if I go with a rounded cap, here you guys can see this one is basically rounded. And if I just click on this one, it will just increase the length of this one. Okay, so now let's come here and let's go to butt cap, and this is how it will look. Okay, I hope you guys have understood this part as well about the line tool. We'll be learning more about that. Okay, and from here, basically, you guys will be able to check the opacity of the fill color and also the stroke color. Okay, so now from here, let's go to this pen tool. Okay, so using pen tool, suppose if I just click right over here. Okay, so let's click here to 1 point, and if I come over here, let's just increase the stroke size. Okay, so I can just keep 0.1, and now I will just click on to delete again. And from here now, let's just create 2 points, and this is how you guys can actually make one design. Suppose if I just increase this one up a little bit. Okay, so if I come here, let's take my selection tool, and using the selection tool, I will just increase the stroke size a little bit. Okay, so if you do want to increase it, you guys can increase it a little bit right over here. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to create some lines. And if you do want to make some curve, okay, using this one, what you can do is you guys can come here, and suppose I will just take one over here, and to this point when I come, I will just hold on to that particular place. Okay, so here you guys can see if you just hold on to that place, okay, you guys can actually make some nice designs over here. Okay, so you guys can just take this design, just make some good shapes. Okay, so here you guys can see, you guys can just make some shapes over here. So if you just want to come here and Control Z, so I'll just come here, and what I can do is I can just join this one over here, and I'll just come here. Let's add this one, and what you can do is come here, select this one, and afterwards select over here as well. Okay, so you guys can come here and just click onto any path. Okay, so if you want to come here, and if you just want to add this one, you guys can come here and add this one as well. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to work from here. Okay, so if I just come here, and if you do want to take some shapes, you guys can actually do that from here. So after that, I'll come here, and you guys can see now I do have a different kind of shape over here. Okay, so now if you want to put up any other tool, you guys can use this one. So in this one only, we do have add anchor point tool. Suppose if I do want to add any anchor point, so I'll just add any anchor point right over here, and using that afterwards, what I can do is if I just take my sub selection tool, if I click over here, you guys can see I do have those anchor points, using which I can just basically make some designs. Okay, so I can come here and basically make some designs from here accordingly. Okay, so if I just come here, you guys can see this is how it will basically look. Okay, and if you do want to delete anchor points, you guys can come here and you guys can actually delete some anchor points. Suppose I do want this anchor point, what I can do is I can just click on minus, and over here I'll just click on minus again. Let's select this one, let's select this. Okay, so this is how you guys can select anchor points and delete those. And after that, if you want to convert anchor point tool, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can just select all of those. Okay, so you guys can come here to these points and you guys can just convert those points over there. Okay, come here, just select those anchor points. and it will just fix it accordingly. So after that, I do have this text option. Okay, suppose if you do want to type any text, you guys can come here and start typing text. Okay, so I will just write basic tools. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this option where I will be able to come here, and if I do want to select all of it, I can just come here and just select these things. If I do want to make any changes inside, I can just select my tool over here and I can just go inside over here as well. Let's come to this option. Let's delete this part. And now let's try to select all of it. Okay. And from here, you guys can actually change the kind of font you want. Okay. So you guys can come here, and from the sides over here as well. Okay. You guys can come here, and suppose if I just right click and I will just go Control Z. So here I will just come, take my selection tool, select this one, and from here, if you do want to increase the box size, you guys can increase the box size. Let's go to transform, and from here basically you guys will be able to scale it up as well. Okay, so if you do want to scale it up, you guys can actually scale it up from here as well. So you guys can come here. If you do want to increase it, you guys can increase the size from here accordingly. So if I come here, if you just select this one, right click, go to transform option, and here just select the free transform, and now you guys can actually increase the size of this text as well. Okay, so this was about that. And now I do have the paint bucket tool over here, and suppose if I come here and let's make a shape. Okay, so now let's make a shape over here, and from here what I want to do is I will just give this one up a different color. Okay, so let's give this one a different color, and what I'm going to do is now using the eyedropper tool, I am going to take out this color. Okay, so if I come here, and it will turn into that particular color over here. Okay, Control Z, let's go back, let's do the exact opposite now. Okay, come here, now select this one. Okay, and from here now I will take my eyedropper tool, and using this one it will turn into this particular color. Okay, so it's very easy to drop color using the like this particular eyedropper tool. And here you do have the asset wrap tool, and here you do have the hand tool. Okay, so using this hand tool, what you can do is you can just move down the canvas, okay, or this document in which you're working on. Okay, and from here if you do want to zoom in, you guys can just zoom in quite like this. And if you want to zoom out, if you just click on Alt from your keyboard, your plus sign will turn into a minus sign. Then you can just click on your mouse and you can just zoom out accordingly. Okay, so from here, if you also click on Control and plus sign, okay, so if you click on Control plus sign, it will zoom in. Control minus sign if you zoom back. And if you are using a Mac, in that case, make sure that you use your command option. Okay, so this was about the toolbar. Okay, we'll be learning about fill and stroke in detail in our next class. I hope you guys have understood this class. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the Adobe Animation with Adobe Animate. Okay, so this is the chapter number 3, and here we'll be understanding the fill and the stroke option in Adobe Animate. Okay, how all of this actually works, we'll be learning all of it here in detail. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, I will come and I will go to the new file option. Okay, so I'll just click over onto this new file option and a window will pop up right over here. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, now I do have a window, and from here I will take the standard size, and over here I will just create this particular workspace. Okay, so here I do have this new workspace in which I'm going to work on. Okay, so from here I will just delete one. Okay, so I'll just delete this one right over here. And the thing today we are going to talk about is about the fill and the stroke. Okay, so now basically if I just take this particular tool, okay, so suppose I will just create one rectangle right over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, once I have created this rectangle, I do have all of this option. Okay, so if you don't know what fill and the stroke is, okay, so fill is basically the inside part, okay, and the strokes are basically the path. Okay, and the fill is inside the path, and if you do want to increase the stroke and all, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, so there is one thing about this particular application or this particular software, which is Adobe Animate, that here you guys can basically come here, take your selection tool, and if you do want to move, okay, you guys can actually move this thing up right over here. Okay, if you do want to select this manually, and if you do want to select it, so come here and you guys will be able to move this one quite over here as well. Okay, so as this one is basically the stroke, if you do want to move up the stroke, you guys can come here and move this one accordingly. Okay, if you do want to move this particular part, you guys can come here and move that particular part right over here as well. Suppose now you want to keep this thing quite like this, you guys can come here, and suppose here as I do have this stroke, what you can do is if I come here and if I just increase the stroke size, okay, so basically I'll be able to increase the stroke size from here as well. Okay, and individually as well, if you do want to select this stroke, you guys can select this stroke individually, and you guys will be able to move this thing around quite like this. Okay, so you guys will be able to move this thing quite over here. And suppose if you do want to select it now, if you do want to increase the stroke size, you guys will be able to increase the stroke size from here as well. Okay, so now from here, if you can see, if I am just taking the fill, I only do have this particular option. Okay, and here you guys can see there is the transparency option, or you guys can also call it the opacity option. Suppose here they're showing me that how much I want this color to look like if I do want just 50% opacity, or do I want it 70% opacity. If I do want to decrease it, I can just come here and I can just decrease the size, or I can just decrease the color over here as well. Let's keep it on 35, and here you guys can see quite difference between this particular color and this color over here as well, because this color which I have over here right now, this one is actually not the original color. Okay, I do have decreased the alpha. Okay, so that's the same thing which you can also call the opacity or the transparency. Okay, if you guys come here onto the fill option, you guys can come here and just fill that up accordingly. Okay, so if I come here, let's take something in blue, and now click outside. Here also you guys can see now this particular color will have only 35% of the opacity over here. Okay, so if you do want to position and all, you guys can come here and just position it accordingly. Okay, so if you just come here, if you want to go this particular side, okay, if you do want to come here, and if you do want to increase the height, if you do want to decrease the height, you guys can decrease the height over here as well. Okay, so here if you do want to work on with the x-axis, okay, if you do want to work with the x-axis, like if you do want to move right, and if you do want to move it here on the top, then you guys can actually increase the y-axis over here. Okay, if you do want to align it somewhere over here with the stroke, you guys can come here and align it over here as well. Okay, and if you do want to move it to the left hand side, you guys can just decrease this one, so you guys can come here and move this one accordingly. Okay, so this was about the fill color, and now let's come here and let's just select the stroke again. Okay, so here under stroke, I have already told you that over here you guys will be able to select the stroke size. Okay, so right now my stroke size is 18, and over here as well, if you do want to decrease the alpha, okay, you guys can come here and decrease the alpha accordingly. Okay, so now this color is kind of faded compared to this color. Okay, but both are actually the same color over here, but you have just decreased the opacity over here as well. Okay, and I can choose different kind of styles. Okay, if you do want different kind of styles, here you guys can check out. Okay, so I do have different styles. Okay, so there is a bit of gap. If I just click on Controls plus from my keyboard, here you guys can see that. Okay, so now let's select this one, and if you want to take some this type, okay, you guys can actually choose these types over here as well. Okay, if you want some line quite like this, you guys can select over that here as well. Okay, so now this was about the style, and from here if you want to check the width and all, you guys can come here and basically check the width over here as well. Okay, so now if I come and let's go to this line option, and from here if I want to make some lines, if I just click on shift, it will give me a straight line right over here. Okay, so now let's come here, let's make a line, and from here again I will just draw another line over here. Okay, so basically if I come here, take my selection tool, let's select both of it. Okay, so let's come here, let's select both of it from here, and I can actually change it to some other width as well. Okay, so if you want to make some other width, you guys can do that. Otherwise, if you do want the regular one, you guys can come here and you guys can check this one out as well. Okay, so here you guys can see this do have a butt cap, and here if I just put up a round cap over here, you guys can see the cap, okay, or the ending part actually gets a rounded shape. Okay, so if you do want to scale it, if you want to horizontally scale it or vertically scale it, you guys can actually do that from here as well. Okay, so I'll just put none. So here, this is how it looks. If you want to put in normal, the width actually changes over here. Okay, so basically this is the width variations. And from here, if you want to reset this profile, you guys can actually reset the profile. And if you do have the library where you have saved different kind of brushes, you guys can come here and actually check different kind of brushes which you do have. Okay, and if you want to actually edit the stroke style, you guys can come here, and from here you guys can actually edit the stroke style from here as well. You guys can take like what kind of line do you want? Do you want a solid line or a dashed line, or you want ragged? Okay, you guys can choose it from here as well. Basically, you will be able to select the colors, what all colors we will need over here. Okay, so using the selection tool, if you don't want anything, you guys can come here and select that particular thing right over here, and you guys can just click on delete from your option. Okay, so again, you guys can come here, and as you guys can see, now this was about stroke. Okay, so now if I come here, let's take this brush tool. Okay, so let's create a shape. Okay, so let's go back, and now let's come here and let's take the brush. Okay, so from here, as you guys can see, and if you want to come here, and if you do want to check all the classic brush options, here you guys can see I will just take this normal one. So if I do want to decrease the size, I can come here and I can just decrease the size accordingly. Okay, if I just click on shift, and if I just click a straight line, okay, so here you guys can see, and I'll come here, maybe I'll just select this one, and here as you guys can see, now once I have just selected this one, okay, I have used this classic brush tool. Okay, so this classic brush tool, what it will do for you is basically it will directly create an object for you. Okay, so basically you guys can select that one and move it around. Okay, you don't have stroke and all individually. You guys can select this thing, and what you can do is if you do want to place it somewhere over here, you guys can come here and please save it quite like this. And if you just click on to alt, you guys can come here and duplicate this layer from here as well. Okay, so you guys can come here and duplicate things accordingly. So I'll just click on Ctrl Z. Okay, so I'll just come here, and if I just want to put it right over here, I can just basically put this thing right over here, and I'll just check the alignment over here as well. And if I just zoom out, okay, Ctrl minus, okay, so this is how it will actually look. Okay, this particular shape, and you can just select this shape, and you guys can just click on delete option over here. Okay, so now again I will just come here, select this stroke, and from here basically if you want to explore more colors, you guys can come here to this option, and from here you guys can see you guys can actually put on any code of your color from here as well. Okay, so now I'll just cancel this. If you want to lock this one, okay, if you just want to lock the position and the size, you guys can actually lock the position and the size from here as well. Okay, so now as I do have this one as stroke, suppose what I want to do is I want to create an object. Okay, I just only want to create a fill which I'll be able to move quite easily. Okay, so I can come here, and if you do want me to select this whole thing up, you guys can come here and just click on create object. So now I will be able to move this thing up altogether. Okay, as this one is an object, so now I can come here and I can just put all of this thing right over here accordingly. If you want to select this one, and again what I'll do is I'll just click on this transform option. Okay, so if you just come here on the line, if you just want to give this one a shear, okay, you guys can come here and just give this one a shear over here as well. Okay, and let's go to transform option. If you want to distort, you guys can come here and distort this thing accordingly. So come here, select this option, and if you do want to decrease the size, just make sure you click on shift, And after that, you guys can just decrease the size of this thing. If you do want to give this one up a rotation, right click, go to transform and just select rotate. Okay, rotate to 90 degrees. Okay, you guys can come here. Now what you can do is you guys can select this thing up. Okay, if you do want to move this thing, you guys can actually move this thing up. Let's select the selection tool, select this stuff, and what you can do is you guys can actually place this one accordingly. And this particular part, you guys can actually delete this particular part over here as well. Okay, so if you do want to change the style, you guys can come here and change the style accordingly. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to do this thing up. And again, with this particular tool, if I come over here, and now if I do want to decrease the size using shift, I can come here and decrease the size over here accordingly. Okay, so I will just come here. If I do want to distort this one a bit, I can just distort this. Let's select this one, and now with selection tool, what I'm going to do is I am going to move it right over here. Okay, so if you do want to move this thing right over here as well, you guys can come here and place this one accordingly over here on top as well. Okay, so this was about the stroke and the fill. Okay, so now if you come here and suppose with paintbrush tool, if I just make any line, okay, so if I come here and I just made one line, okay, if you want to come here and if you want to get some butt projection, here you guys can see as this one is not a joint. Okay, so here now if I come here and if I just create a joint, and now over here I will just come here and just give round join. Let's select this. Let's come to this option from here. Otherwise, let's select this whole thing up. Okay, so I'll just select this whole thing up from here, and now I will just give these joints, and here you guys can see how it will look when you do give a rounded joint. Okay, so you guys can come here again, select all of it, and what you can do is click on delete from your keyboard. Okay, so it will delete accordingly. So this was about the stroke and the fill. Okay, if you come here now, as I was talking about this one, let's come here, let's select this one. Okay, so now here you guys can see the one which I created with this paintbrush tool. This one is just a stroke. Okay, so you guys can come here, and what you can do is you guys can just scale this one accordingly. If you want to check on the width, you guys can come here and check on the width option from here as well. Okay, suppose if I come here, if you want to check on with the width, okay, you guys can come here and just check on with all of this right over here as well. Okay, this width and all. If you do want to change the color, go to stroke, and from here if you want to explore more colors, and suppose if you don't want any colors, so in that case again what I'll do is I'll just go Ctrl Z, and from here again select this particular thing right over here. And from here what I'm going to do is I am going to give this one a different color. If you want to, if you're looking to use any kind of gradient, you guys can come here and you guys can actually use different kind of stroke colors. Okay, so here you guys can see a few of the stroke colors. So what you can do is come here, and if you just click right over here, you will get redirected to this particular page. Okay, so here you already do have the eyedropper tool. Okay, so if you want to actually work with these colors, you guys can come here. And now let's take this free transform tool. If you do want to decrease the size, you guys can come here and decrease the size using shift. Okay, so just keep this one right over here, and let's take my selection tool, and using the selection tool you guys can now just give this one a rotation quite like this, and afterwards I'll just select this whole thing out. Okay, as this one is a stroke, what I can do is now I can just create an object. Otherwise, if I do want to expand to fill, I will just create to object. And after creating object, what will happen is I can just move this one along right now. Okay, so if I do want to move this thing along, I can just move this thing along right over here. Okay, if you do want to put on some fill, okay, you guys can come here and try to put on some fill. Okay, so I'll just go Ctrl Z again. If I do want to select this one, I can select this, and here you guys can see shape options. I do have the smoothen option and also the straighten option over here. Okay, so if you do want to smoothen it, you guys can just smoothen it from here as well. Okay, so under here you guys can see there are different frame options. We'll be learning later about that, and here you actually do have all the options for your document settings. Okay, So if you do have more document settings, you guys can come here to the more settings and you guys can access from here as well. Okay, and if you do want to name anything of the output, you guys can come here and you guys can just write down the name. Okay, so I'll just name this one as fill and stroke. And what I can do is I can just click on OK. So when it will be saved in that particular name. Okay, so if you want to actually match the document size with the content, you guys can come here and click on match content. Okay, so it will just take the whole page. Okay, so if I just click on match content, here you guys can see this is how it will actually look, because right over here I only do have my content into this particular space. Okay, so using Ctrl Z again, I can just go back to my whole workspace. Okay, so if you go for scale content, you guys can come here and you guys can actually scale content accordingly. Otherwise you can just lock this one up. I will just unlock this one, and there are also a lot of options, okay, which you guys can actually work over here with. So here, as this class was about the stroke and all, I hope you guys have understood this particular class about the stroke and the fill. Okay, and suppose here if I come over to this particular point and let me come here and let me make a rectangle. Okay, so let's come here, let's try to make this rectangle. Now let's click on style, let's just keep this one normal as well. Okay, so take my selection tool, and what you can do is just select this whole thing up. Okay, so I will just come here and just try to select this thing. Okay, so if you just come here, if you just want me to select this whole thing, what I can do is I can just come here in the width option and let's just give this thing a basic width. So from here, as you guys can see, this is the fill color. Suppose what I want to do is now I want to reverse the color. Okay, I want this rainbow color inside and this green color as my border. So in that case, there is a small icon called stroke fill color. Okay, and also if you just click on X from your keyboard, it will be changed automatically. Okay, so if I just click right over here into this option, here you guys can see I do have the color changed over here. Okay, so if I just come here and go to the stroke color, you guys can see how the stroke color basically looks. If you do want to give some other stroke color, so in that case, I need to make sure that I select this whole thing up again. And over here now, if I do want to put some other color, I can basically give this thing some other color over here as well. Okay, so now if I just select this stroke, I can come here, and if I just select all these strokes all together, I can just come here, let's select all of it, and from here I can just increase the stroke, or if I do want to exchange the color, okay, I can just do that accordingly. Okay, so as you guys can see, so here now I do have the stroke over here, and the same way again, let's select all of this. I'll do have the rainbow color in my stroke. So now here you guys can see I do have that color in my stroke and the fill color right over here. Okay, and also here you do have this particular icon. If you do want it as black and white, you guys can come here, select this thing, and if you do want it in black and white, you will have that thing in black and white as well. Okay, so just click right over here, right click, and if you want to deselect each and everything selected, you guys can just deselect all. Otherwise, if you do want to select all of it, you guys can select all of it accordingly over here as well. Okay, and as you do have different kind of layers, okay, so once you're working with layers, you will do have to use the arrange option as well. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood how you can actually work with the fill option right over here. If you want to come here, let's select all of this thing, and now let's just turn it into an object. So I'll just turn this thing into an object, and after that I will go to the free transform tool, and from this particular side, if you do want to decrease the size, and now let's say I want to give this thing up a rotation quite like this, you guys can come here and you guys can just give this thing up a rotation, and using shift I can just come here, and from here what I can do is I can just decrease the size. Okay, so using shift I'll come here and I will just decrease the size accordingly. Let me just place it right over here. That one looks good. Okay, so see you all in the next chapter. I hope you guys have enjoyed this class and understood what I'm trying to make you guys understand. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the animation with Adobe Animate tutorial. So now we are on a chapter number 4, and here we'll be learning to use the classic brush tool. Okay, so I'll be telling you guys how you will be able to use the full potential of the classic brush tool in the Adobe Animate. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Animate. So from here, the first thing what you're going to do is click onto the new file option. Okay, so after clicking onto the new file, here you guys can see I do have new document right over here. So what I'll do is I'll just click onto the create option, and it will basically give me this particular page. Okay, so from here, if I do want to come to this option, let's just delete this part right over here. Let's go to file, and from here I will go to this setting. Okay, so from here, publish settings, and what I can do is I can just name this one. So let's name this one as classic brush tool. Okay, so I'll just name this one as classic brush tool, and I'll just click on OK. So now let's see over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have the classic brush tool right over here, and you guys can see the size over here right now is 10. Okay, so we'll be learning about all these options, okay, which are over here. And so basically, if you just click here and if you just try to make any thing, right, so let's go to the fill color and let's try to take some red color over here. And if you just select or make any things like that, here you guys can actually see how it actually looks. Okay, and it will just directly convert your stroke into an object. Okay, so when you're using this classic brush tool, make sure that when you're making any design, okay, so it will directly turn on into an object. Okay, so it's not a stroke anymore, like you will be able to change different parts. So from here, suppose if you select this one, you guys can basically move this thing up over here. Okay, so if I come here and now I will just click on delete, and from here what I can do is I will try to write something using the classic brush tool. Suppose from here I do want to increase this one to 15. Okay, so let's go 15. Let's click on enter, and from here I will just type classic. Okay, so I will just type classic. Okay, so I do understand the handwriting is not that great over here, but classic brush tool. Okay, otherwise I will just write classic BT is equals to actually fill. Okay, so this is basically fill. So let me just type this thing down. Let's come over here, and what you can do is you guys can just take this one and make some words around. Okay, so suppose if you want to come here, let's take my selection tool. If I do want to select it, I can just select it all together, and afterwards if you do want to change this, you guys can come here, go to the fill option and change colors accordingly. Okay, so now you guys can see you guys will be able to change the color quite like this. Okay, so here you don't have to work on with the strokes. Okay, so now if I just come here, let's select this option. Otherwise, let's take the classic brush tool over here again. And from here, now you guys can basically see on top, you do have different options. Okay, so here if I come and if I just make this line over here, under this classic brush tool option, if you do want to make some straight lines, you guys can come here, click on shift, and from here basically you guys can actually make some line quite like this. Okay, so now over here you guys can actually change the color. And suppose I used to on my object drawing mode. Okay, so when I am actually selecting the object drawing mode, okay, if I am making any object, it will just turn into an object by itself. Okay, and here if you do understand what smoothing is, suppose if I just decrease my smoothing, okay, and now if I just try to create one line over here, you guys can see this line is not that smooth. If I just click on Control plus, let's go down, I'll just show you guys how it's not quite smooth. Okay, so let's just click on Control plus and let's just move it around here onto the right side. Okay, so here you guys can see this particular parts are not that smooth. Okay, so now let's move it up here on the right hand side here as well. Okay, so now if I just use this one, if I just make a line quite like this, here you guys can see this is not that smooth. But the same way, if I just increase my smoothness and if I just try to create some lines, here you guys can see these lines are just smoothed by itself. Okay, so this is about smoothing the lines over here. And if you do have any kind of presets, you guys will have the presets over here as well. Suppose here you guys can just select the brush type. Okay, so here you guys can see you will be able to select the brush size. And from here, if you want to actually put the pressure sensitive minimum brush size, you guys can come here and you guys can just select the pressure brush size option. Okay, so for now, I will just deselect this one. If I just click right over here, and if I just turn it off, I can actually turn it off from here as well. I can come here and here you guys can see I do have a lot of options like paint normal, then paint behind, paint selection. We guys will be learning about all of that over here as well. Now, if I just go Control and minus, okay, so you guys can actually zoom out a little bit. Otherwise, directly you guys can come here and just search and just type for 100% and click on enter, and this is how it will basically look. So you guys can come here and arrange this particular workspace before as well. Okay, so you guys can come here and arrange this workspace accordingly. And if you want to see this part, you guys can come here and see this particular part from here. Okay, suppose what I want to do is I want to actually select the brush mode, so I can come here and select the brush mode accordingly. Okay, so here you guys can see that I do have this option on, which is sync setting with eraser. Okay, so now if my brush size is 15 right now, and if I directly move onto the eraser option, let's go to the properties, and here the eraser option, you guys can see by default it's 15 right now as well. Okay, now if I just take my classic brush tool over here again, let's go to the properties, and from here if I just off this one, and now let me just change this to 20. Okay, so I'll just click on 20 and I will just click on enter. And now if I just go here onto the eraser option, let's go to properties. Here you guys can see the eraser option is 15 yet. Okay, but here if I on again like sync setting with classic brush, I can click right over here, and now if I just go to this brush tool, let's go to this option. Here you guys can see the classic brush tool over here is also 15 in size. Okay, suppose if you want to customize any brush shape, okay, in that case you guys can just add this option, and from here they will be telling you if you do want to create any. So how your nib gonna be? Okay, so nib is basically the point of your pen or your pencil which you use to write. Okay, so they'll tell you that what kind of nib do you want, okay, or what kind of point you want it to write. Like, do you want it as a square or do you want it as a circle? Okay, so you guys will be able to select the angle from here. Okay, at what angle you want your brush to be. So let me just select 0 over here, and you guys can actually check the flatness over here as well. Okay, suppose if I just select 40. Okay, and if I just click on enter, here you guys can see this is how you will be able to create. And now if you come quite over here, you guys can actually create that particular page over here. Okay, so if you guys can come here and let's select this one, and if you just click on OK, so now let me just cancel this thing. And what you can do is you guys can come here and you guys can actually take this particular preset if you want as well, and you guys can actually choose from here. Okay, you guys can see now these are the ones which I have created or I have chose. So if you come here, if you want to change up the fill color, you guys can come here and change the fill color over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how you guys can make your own brush. Suppose if I want to take up a straight line, you guys can see this is how it will look. Okay, so this was about this particular thing. Let's select this thing now. Let's go to the properties option. So this is about that. Okay, so now once you have selected your classic brush tool, okay, so what you can also do is, suppose from here, now what you want to do is you want to just come here and just select any of this. Okay, so I'll just select any part of this one, and what I want to do is I want to actually write behind this particular thing. Okay, so in that case I will just select the make behind option, and over here if I do make any kind of fill, okay, it will automatically just go behind the fill which I have over here on top. Okay, once we talk about layering, we'll be learning more about it. Okay, so if you guys have used any other software by Adobe before, okay, so in that case you guys will have a bit of idea about what layering is, how it actually works in case of doing some graphical work. Okay, so suppose what I'll do is I will just select all of this again. Okay, so I will just select all of these things again, and now let's just delete this. Let's come here and let's just delete this part over here as well. Okay, so now let's go to the shape, and from here if I just create this particular shape, let's select this option, let's come here, let's delete this part, and also I will just delete this fill as well. Okay, so I will just select this whole thing out. Okay, so I'll just select this whole thing out, go to the properties option, and from here I want to just create this one as a whole object. That once I come here, let's Control Z again. So if I just come here, and now I will just select this, go to properties option, and from here if you want to create object, click on this create object option, and you will be able to move this one accordingly. Okay, so now if you just select this particular part, and from here again what you want to do is you want to create another part. Okay, so let's click on shift and let's make this box over here, and now if I just come here, let's make this particular thing, and now using the selection tool, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this whole thing out, go to properties, and from here now I will just create an object. Okay, so now what I can do is I will just go Control Z. So now let's select this part. What you can do is you guys can just move this thing right over here, and suppose if I just right click and go to the arrange option, and if I just send this thing to back, now I am not able to see that particular thing because this one is hiding under this whole rectangle. Okay, so this is how layering works. But if I just come here, go to this arrange option, and from here if I do want to send this rectangle back, okay, now I am able to view both of this layer. Okay, so this is how the layering works over here. Okay, and here this classic pen tool, let's just on this thing over here. If you just want to make some lines, you guys can actually make some lines. Let's go to the properties option, and from here basically you guys will be able to use this option. Suppose now what I want to do is if I want to paint selection, okay, so what I can do is I can come here, and suppose with lasso tool what I'm going to do is I am going to select a particular part. Okay, suppose I'll come here and let's take this particular part, and over here what I'm going to do is now I am going to take this classic pen tool, and now let's go to this option, and from here what I'll do is I am going to just come here and let's just give this one up a different color. So I'll just come here, and now what you're going to do is go to this properties option, and from here in this fill color, let me just take up a different color. Okay, so let's take this color over here, and over here what you're going to do is you are going to put all these colors. Okay, so I'll just put this color over here. Let's take this brush. I have just put those colors accordingly, and here you guys can see now it have just only colored the part which I do have selected using my lasso tool. Okay, so the same way if I just come over here, let's take this polygonal tool. Okay, so let's come here, let's just select this part. Okay, so if you do want me to come right over here, and over here what I'm going to do is I am going to make this particular selection. Okay, so now I will just select this tool, and here you guys can see I have just taken only this part, and over here let's go to the classic brush tool. Okay, and after going to this option, what you're going to do is you are going to increase this option. So now over here, okay, if I go and come here onto the tool option, let's select this, and let's come here and let's select paint selection. Okay, so from here now what I'm going to do is I am going to change the fill color. Okay, let's go with something green, and now I will just color this particular part over here. Okay, so I will just color this one accordingly, and here you guys can see only this part which I have selected got colored over here. Okay, so this is how it will actually look. Okay, so again, if you come here and now let's take this particular tool, let's go to the properties option, and from here, all of this particular tool option, if you want to get access from other place, you guys can see just over onto the left hand side of my timeline, I do have all the same option. Okay, like if you want to just object drawing mode, if you do want to on that, you guys can on that. Otherwise, if you do want to paint inside, you guys can just paint inside over here as well. Okay, so if you want to paint inside this, you guys can come here and just paint inside this part as well. Okay, suppose if you do want to fill this whole color, so you guys can come here and this is how it will actually fill over here accordingly. Okay, so now you guys can see this one looks better. I hope you guys have understood this particular part. Okay, so after that, you guys can come here, this transform option, select this whole thing. Okay, so if you do want me to select the whole thing, you guys can just select this thing up, and suppose if you do want to decrease the size, you guys can come here and decrease the size accordingly. So you guys can come here, and if you do want to move it up, you guys can come here and move it up using the selection tool again. So come here, select the selection tool and just move it up over here accordingly. So what you can do is now select this whole thing up, and afterwards just move it up right over here. Okay, and just right click, go to arrange option, and here you guys can just click onto this and arrange it to send to back. Okay, so you guys can come here, and if I just bring this one over here, right click and go to arrange. So if you do want to arrange, you guys can arrange it accordingly as well. Okay, so come here, Control Z, and I will just go back again of how it was. Okay, so I'll just keep this thing right over here, and if you do want to move it in one side, you guys can actually move it in one side over here. Okay, so you guys can actually move this thing quite over here. So I hope you guys have understood this part about the classic brush tool. Okay, so again, just to give you guys a rewind. So here, if you guys don't know, if you do want to use any tilt, you guys can come here and you guys can just use up a tilt accordingly. Just hold on to your mouse and create line accordingly, and this is how you guys will be able to give this one up a tilt as well. Okay, so if you do want some straight line, click on shift and you will be able to get access to some straight lines over here as well. Okay, so now Control Z, let's go back again, and if you do want to select any part, okay, you guys can come here and let's just select this particular part, and from here I will just delete this one, and let's come to this particular option. From here, what you can do is select this one and just delete this one accordingly. Okay, so I'll just cancel this thing over here. Let's go to this properties option, and if I just take this classic tool again, okay, I will just come to the properties option. Here, if you want to actually lock the fill, you guys can come here and you guys can actually lock the fill over here as well. Okay, so if I just click on this option, if I just want to make some line, I can actually make some line accordingly over here. Let's go to the properties option, and if I do want to change the fill, I will be able to change the fill color. Now you guys can see I will be able to change the fill color quite over here as well. Okay, so now you guys can see this is the fill option, and if you want to lock it, you guys can actually lock this thing up over here as well. So it will just give you some straight lines quite like this. And afterwards, what you can also do is, if you do want to select it all together, and what you can do is go to this transform tool option, select this, click on shift and just decrease the size over here accordingly. Okay, so just decrease the size over here. Now what you can do is just select both of this, and if you do want to move it, you guys can come here and move these things accordingly. Otherwise, just select this whole part, go to the properties option and select create object. Okay, so now this one is an object which you can just carry and move accordingly. Okay, so let's take this tool, let's come here and select this one, and what you can do is you guys can select this. Okay, select this path and just place it somewhere over here. Okay, so you guys can just place it somewhere over here, and if you do want to move this part over here as well, you guys can just move this one. But before that, I need to turn this into an object.
So now let's move it up, and I have just turned this thing into an object over here. Let's place it. Right click, go to properties option, and from here you guys can create an object. So I'll come here, and now if I just select this one, and if I do want to place it right over here, I can actually place it quite over here as well. Okay, so if you do want to place it right over here accordingly, you guys can come here and place it accordingly. So if you do want me to select this one, let's select the transform option. And if you do want to decrease the size of this particular thing a little bit, you guys can actually decrease the size of this one accordingly here as well. So if you don't want to just move it down, up and down, okay, you guys can also use your page up and down option. Okay, so if you want to work on with the colors, you guys can come here and work with the colors accordingly. So if you do want to make some white color, go to this properties option, and from here just go to fill and just give this one up a white fill. So you guys can come here, select, and afterwards if you just go to this fill option, you guys can just select whatever color you want to choose. So if I come here, if I do want to take this one as a white fill, okay, come to this option, go to this fill option, and from here let's take this one as a white color. And lastly, I will just come to this object. Let's go to the properties option, go to fill, and from here I will be taking on a dark black color. Okay, so I'll just come here and take this color accordingly. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood the uses of the classic brush tool. And here you guys can see I do have all these options. This is the classic brush tool option, and it is basically a fill. Okay, so these are just not strokes which we can modify. Okay, and here you do have option. So there are this option as well where you will be able to paint fields only. Okay, so suppose if I do create another box. Okay, so let's take this rectangle box over here, and let's just create this one right over here. Okay, so if I just come to the properties, and what you can do is right now you guys can just click on the stroke, and you guys can just change the stroke color. Okay, so let's come to this option. Let's just select this thing, and let's go to the properties bar over here, and now let's go to stroke option. From here you guys can just change up the stroke color. Okay, so if I do take this color here, you guys can see now I do have a different stroke. So suppose if I just select this classic brush tool, from here let's go to the properties option, and from this if I just go to this brush mode, and here you guys can see paint fills only. Okay, so over here if I just take another color, so let's go with something orange, quite like this. And what I can do is I can just paint on this color. Okay, so here you guys can see I am just painting over to this particular place. So what I want to do is I just want to fill this whole place. Okay, so in that case if I come here, and you guys can see I am just trying to fill up this whole page. You can just increase your brush size basically, but for me I didn't. Over here you guys can actually use that, and afterwards here you guys can see now only my fill color is being selected and changed accordingly. Okay, so this was also using the classic brush tool option over here. Okay, this is the paint fills only, and here if you do want to paint normally, if you want to paint behind, I have showed you guys how you'll be able to paint behind as well. Okay, so if I come here in the paint behind option, let's go to this spot and let's go with some green colors. Okay, so now if I come here and suppose if I just click here, and if I just go with some options, so quite like this, and here you guys can see this is just paint behind. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood in depth about the classic brush tool. So in next class we'll be understanding about this particular tool, which is the paintbrush tool. Okay, so we'll be learning about that one in detail as well, how you will be able to use this while doing your animation. Okay, so hope to see you all in the next chapter. See you, take care, and
Hello
goodbye
everyone,
and welcome you all to another chapter of animation with Adobe Animate. So now we are on our chapter number 5, and here we'll be using the paintbrush tool in Adobe Animate. Okay, so in last class we already learned about the classic brush tool, and now I'll be showing you guys the difference between the classic brush tool and also the paintbrush tool. Okay, So let's not waste time and let's get started.
So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the home page of the Adobe Animate. Okay, so from here, what I'm going to do is I am going to create up a new file. Okay, so I did click here on the new file, and here I will do have a window popped up. And yeah, the width and the height is fine, the frame rate is okay, and I will click on create to create me a workspace in which I'm going to show you guys about the paintbrush tool. Okay, so if you do want to rename it, okay, you guys can basically rename it. I have already shown you guys how you guys will be able to do that right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see now just behind this one I do have my workspace, and here I already do have my canvas. Okay, so now the first thing what we are going to do is, if I want to save the file, I'll go to publish settings, and from here I will just name it as the paintbrush tool. Okay, so I'll just name this as the paintbrush tool over here, and I will just click on OK. So here you guys can see I do have the timeline right over here, and also I do have the layer in which I am going to work right over here. Okay, so the first thing in last class what we learned is about the classic brush tool. Okay, so this is the classic brush tool, which shortcut is B, but the one which we are going to learn today is paintbrush tool, and the shortcut for the paintbrush tool is Y from our keyboard. Okay, so in last class you guys already saw, like here, if I do take this classic brush tool and if I create any icon, okay, so if I come here and suppose over here, if I do create an icon quite like this, okay, so here this one will basically come in as an fill. Okay, so here you guys can see this is basically a fill when I am trying to use any kind of classic brush tool. Okay, so I will just select this whole thing out and I will delete this one. But there is a slight difference when we are trying to work with the paintbrush tool. Suppose here with the paintbrush tool, if I just make any design quite like this, let's come here onto the properties option, and this one is actually a stroke. Okay, so basically from here, if I come here and if I just increase the stroke size, and now if I just create any design quite like this, here you guys can see now this particular thing right over here, I do have this one as a stroke. Okay, and in stroke here you guys can see I can actually individually choose a line right over here, okay, or a stroke pattern. Suppose I want to change the color of only this particular part, so I'll come here and here you guys can see stroke. Okay, so basically what I can actually do from here is I can go to this color option, and from here basically I will be able to choose up a different color. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have choose from a different color, and if I come here onto the properties panel, I will just bring it right over here as I do want to see it throughout. Okay, so here you guys can see if you want to make it a big space quite like this, you guys can actually make this one up a big space where you will be able to see all of this right over here. And if you want to go to the windows, and from here if you want to get that one, okay, or if you want to hide this one, you guys can just click here onto the properties option and it will get hide accordingly. And the same way if you come here and if you just click onto the properties panel, so here you guys can see this is how your properties panel is going to look like. Okay, so here you guys can see I can actually work quite like this. And here if I just go to Windows, if I go to Workspace, I have already told you how you will be able to reset. Okay, so I will just click on yes. Okay, and here you guys can see I do have it in the same way I had before. Okay, so now if I just click here you guys can see now from here I can actually work on with the strokes. Okay, so here you guys can individually change things. Suppose if I come here again and let's take my paintbrush tool again over here. Okay, so instead of a fluid brush tool, I will come here and I'll just try to take my paintbrush tool. So again, let's go to this edit option. Let's come here, let's put it right over here. Okay, And now again, I will just reset this one. And here I do have my paintbrush tool. And let's suppose with my mouse, I am trying to create a line quite like this. Okay, so here you guys can see, and if I take my selection tool from here, this one part I can actually change individually. This part I'll be able to change individually, and this last part I will be able to change individually because it consists of 3 strokes. Okay, so this one is about that. And suppose you want to come here and you want to change the style. Okay, so if you come here and if you click right over here, you guys can see you will be able to change the style over here accordingly. So if I come here and you guys can see, this is how it's going to look like. And again, if I come here, go back to normal, okay, you guys can see I can just come here and I can just go back to normal as well. If I just click on Ctrl Z again, here you guys can see I am actually back again at the same thing. Okay, and from here you guys can also check out the width. Okay, you guys can actually check the width type, and from here this is the second width profile and this one is the 4th width profile. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to create some designs quite like this. Okay, so here suppose once I have selected this particular part, if I want to scale it, okay, if I do want to scale it horizontally, vertically, or if I do want to give any kind of scaling, I can just click on none over here. Okay, so now let's come here, let's select with your selection tool this particular part, let's click on delete, and suppose from here I will take the brush tool, paintbrush tool, and what I'm going to do is I am going to create a line quite like this. Okay, so again Ctrl Z, and now maybe I will just increase the stroke size maybe to 25. Okay, so I'll just increase it to 25 over here, and let me just change the width profile to normal. Okay, so I'll just come here and let me just take this particular width profile from here. Okay, so let's come to this one, let's take this width profile, and what I'm going to do now is I am going to create a line quite like this. Okay, so now if I come here and if I try to select this, here you guys can see this is one part, this is another. Okay, so it consists of 2 strokes basically. Suppose here what I want to do is if I come here and if I just select this whole thing out. Okay, so let's select this whole thing, and from here you guys can see I do have a round cap over here. Okay, and basically if you do want to have a butt cap, here you guys can see now I don't have a rounded cap over here. Okay, so now this one is basically a butt cap, which is a straight cut line. Okay, but here again if I do give this a round cap, this is how it's going to look. And here this is the projecting cap. Okay, here you guys can see this also do give you a straight line, but the length of this stroke have increased comparing to the butt cap over here, as you guys can see. Okay, so this was about that. And next comes here the joints. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have the round joint. Okay, so here if I come and if I select this joint instead of this round joint, let's come here and let's take this particular joint. Okay, so in that case again what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and now I am going to create a line quite like this, and let's just select this thing out over here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to come over here and let's select this particular part, and from here now I am going to take this round joint, okay, or this butt joint. So here you guys can see this is how it will look. But the same way if I select this one and let's go with a round joint, okay, you guys can see this particular joint over here is now rounded. Okay, so if you want me to show you guys the difference, okay, so this is the first one. Here you guys can see this do have a sharp joint right over here. But again, let's select this one, let's come to this part and let's go with a round joint, and here you guys can see now this one is actually rounded a little bit. Okay, so this one is about that. Okay, so anything using the paintbrush tool, once you select all these things part, okay, it will be selected or it will be created in a form of a stroke. Okay, so not in the form of a fill or an object. Okay, so there are a few options here. You guys can see the smoothing option and also the straightening option. And here also you guys can see here you do have all of these options, okay, which you guys can use. If you do want to create a new paintbrush, you guys can actually do that. And if you want to convert it to a symbol, we'll be learning about this particular part in detail later, okay. And on top here you guys can see you do have the frame options right over here. And here you do have the document settings right over here as well. Let's come here onto this object option. So over here, suppose I want to use the same thing, okay? I want to use this paintbrush tool and I want to create an object at the same time, okay? So how that's possible? So there are two ways actually, okay? So once you have created this thing, and if you come here, select all of it, and now if you click on Ctrl G from your keyboard, here you guys can see now I do have grouped this thing all together, okay. So here you guys can see you guys have just grouped this particular thing. And here you guys can also see if you do want to break apart again, okay, you guys do also have the option if you want to break apart again. Okay, so now here again you guys can see this is again back to a stroke again. So now if I do want to group it again, if I come here, click Ctrl G, and now this one is a group. So now suppose from here if I do want to move this apart, okay, suppose I want to keep this thing right over here, and I will just select this one. Let's group this one as well, okay. So I will come here, let's try to group this thing accordingly right over here. And now I will just click on Ctrl G, and suppose from here I want to keep this thing right here on top, okay. So now you will be able to move this thing apart accordingly. And now if you select it, here you guys can see you will be able to select it as group, and now this one is basically an object, okay. So this is one way of how you will be able to make out an object, okay. So if you want to make an object directly, you guys make sure that you guys click right over here. Let's take my paintbrush tool from here, okay. So let's come here, let's take this paintbrush tool, and from here what I'm going to do is I am going to come here and let's try to create this particular icon. And now what I'm going to do is if I come here, let's try to select this thing out, okay. So let's come here, let's try to select this whole thing, okay. I will come here. If you do want to move it individually, you guys can also move this one individually. And let's come here and let's try to delete all these things over here, okay. So click on delete and come here, select this remaining part and click on delete over here as well. And again I'll take my paintbrush tool, create a design quite like this, and over here now you guys can see I do have this object drawing mode and stuff over here, okay. So now from here what you can actually do is you guys can come here and check out all of these options, okay. So over here you guys can see object drawing mode, okay. So what you can do from here is suppose if you come here and now if I just select this one, and now if I just create an icon, okay. So here now if I take my selection tool and if I try to select this one, here this particular icon is actually an object right now, okay. So how you will know? If you just try to move it all together, it will move all together as well, okay. So here now you do have the fill and the stroke all like 2-in-1, okay. You do have the fill as well, and you also do have the stroke over here as well, okay, because it consists both of that, as this is an object right now. But here if I come here, you guys can see now I do have only the stroke option here into my properties panel, because this is not an object, but instead this one is actually a stroke, okay. So here if you want to create an object, only this particular part, you guys can click here and it will turn into an object by itself, okay. So I hope you guys have understood this part. And the last thing which you're going to learn about this thing is the smoothen option, okay. So if you come here and suppose if I just select outside, and now I will take my paintbrush tool, and here you guys can see there is an option called the smoothing option. Okay, so in classic brush tool, what we guys saw. Okay, so let's come here to the classic brush tool, and from here let's maximize the smoothing option. Okay, first let's try to decrease it, and let's just create a line. Okay, so here you guys can see this line is actually looking a bit rough, but the same way if I come here and if I just increase my smoothing, okay, so what will happen is if I try to create a line, here you guys can see this line looks quite smoother than the first one which I had created. Okay, over here. Okay, it just actually changes the edges. Okay, but the smoothing tool over onto our paintbrush tool actually works in a different way. Okay, and how's that? Suppose here if I just decrease the smoothing, okay, so if I come here, I will decrease the smoothing. Let me just create an icon. Here you guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, so here you guys can see the edges are actually fine. Okay, so this edges doesn't splitter or anything. But the same way if I just come here and if I just increase my smoothing, and if I try to create another design over here, you guys can see they are actually trying to get this thing an object using this AI feature of this software. Okay, so if I come here, if I just create a line like this, they're trying to create an object like shape. Suppose if I'm trying to create a rectangle box, okay, so over here they will try to create me a rectangle box shape right over here. Okay, so I'm not telling that they'll do exactly the best job over here, okay, but it will actually try to get you some shapes quite like this. Okay, let's take this selection tool and let's come here. Let's just delete this part. Okay, and the same way, now what I'm going to do is take my paintbrush tool, now decrease my smoothing, and now I will just try to create a rectangle box over here. Okay, so I will just come here, I will just create a rectangle box, and here you guys can see now the smoothing over here is less. And now using this particular tool, what you can do is if you just come here, this one is created as an object. Okay, if you just turn off this object mode from here, okay, so I will just turn this particular thing off. Otherwise, let's take this paintbrush tool, and what I'm going to do is I am going to come right over here. Let's try to take up a line. Okay, and let's take this particular tool. Now you will be able to select it as an object. Okay, so here you guys can see. And now if you want to change this from an object to a stroke, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, so now you guys come here, go to this particular tool, the paintbrush tool. Let's create a design over here. Take your selection tool. Now if you like to select it, here you guys can see this one is also an object. Okay, so here now you need to change this thing apart from here. Okay, so here on top you do have options. Okay, so if you want to expand it into a fill itself, you guys can expand it into a fill. Okay, so here you guys can see now this one is basically a fill. Okay, so this is how you guys are going to work on right over here. Okay, so again, if I come here and let's just select all these things and let's just try to delete it. Okay, so I'll just come here and I'll just try to delete things apart. Let's take my paintbrush tool from here, and now I will just off this mode. Okay, so I will just come here, and if you do want me to off this one, you guys can just off this one right over here as well. Okay, so if you do want to off, you guys can actually off this one. And now if I just create a design quite like this, and now what I'm going to do is this will come in as a stroke. So now if I just select my selection tool, select this particular part, and what you can do is you can just move here accordingly. Okay, so you guys can place this one right over here. And if you want to select all these things all together, you guys can actually select it all together as well. Okay, so now if I do have an object, okay, so if I come here and now let me just select this one. Okay, take the selection tool, now select this thing as this one is a stroke. Okay, so now I have already told you that if you want to create an object, you guys click here, and now this one is an object. But if you want to go back to the same settings, in that case, what you'll do is you just need to double click right over here. Okay, so if you double click, you will have this style profile, the width profile, the scaling profile, all of this here in detail. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to work on with the paint brush tool, how it's different from the classic brush tool over here. Okay, so now if you want to make any changes to this stroke, okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can actually work from here as well. Okay, if you just take your sub selection tool, if you want to move this thing apart, you guys can come here and make some nice designs. Okay, I didn't know what I just made over here, but I'm just showing you guys that you guys will be able to make some designs quite like this. The same way, after selecting this one, suppose I will just select this particular thing right over here. Let's take the selection tool and let's select this spot. And from here, if you want to make it a butt cap joint, here you guys can see this is a butt cap joint look like. And here, if you want to make it a round cap, you guys come here and select the round cap option from here as well. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on how you guys will be able to make this kind of designs right over here. Okay, so yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye.
Hello
everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of animation with Adobe Animate tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 6, and here we'll be learning about the timeline in detail. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Animate. Okay, so the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to create a new file. Okay, which will be creating me a new file over here once I click onto the create option. And here basically you guys can see now I do have the workspace right over here in which I am going to work on. Okay, so the thing which we are going to learn today is about this particular timeline panel. Okay, so here if you do want to move it up, okay, you guys can actually move this thing up quite over here as well. And if you do want to fix it in a particular place, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to fix this thing quite here in the bottom as well. Okay, so if you do want to fix this thing, you guys will be able to fix this thing. Otherwise, go to Windows, and from Windows, what you can do is you can come here and you can actually reset your essential workspace. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to work over here. So let's try to understand about this layer panel, okay, or this timeline. So here in the timeline, you guys can see I will be able to add several layers over here. Okay, so here you guys can see now there is a small icon here onto my timeline called new layer. Okay, so here if I do want to add multiple layer, I will be able to add multiple layer over here as well. Okay, so from here, suppose if I want to delete this layer, again what I can do is I can come here and I can just click on delete. I can just click on delete over here again, and this last one I won't be able to delete because this is the only layer left over here. Okay, and if you just double click right over here, from here you will get to this particular part from where you will be able to rename your timeline. Okay, so here you guys can see I will be able to create a lot of timeline over here. Okay, so here if you do want to zoom in and zoom out over here in the timeline, you guys will be able to do that from here. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have different frames. Okay, so here you guys can see I can actually add 30 frames in 1 second. Okay, as while creating this document, I did have my document size as 30 frames per second. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have the 1 second mark over here, and here also I do have the 30 frames mark over here as well. Okay, so now if you do want to zoom out, okay, you guys can see this is how it's going to look like. And if you want to zoom in, okay, so here you guys can see from here you guys will be able to zoom in as well. Okay, so if I will just keep this thing somewhere here in the middle. Okay, I will be able to keep this thing quite over here as well. Okay, so over here on top, you guys can see they will be also showing me the frame rate. Okay, what frame rate I do have this particular thing. And here, if you do want to come here and if you want to check all the published settings, from here also you will get to see the same thing. Okay, and if you do want to convert it into a different thing, you guys can come here. You guys can actually convert it to a different things or from here as well. Okay, so I will just come here and again I will just come onto this frame. Okay, so as for now I only do have one frame. Okay, so in next class we'll be learning in detail about keyframes and frames. Okay, so here basically you guys will be able to put on more frames if you do want to. Okay, and you can actually add different kind of layers. Especially in this class we'll be learning about layers. Okay, so if you guys remember what I told you guys about animation. Okay, so in 1 second you will be viewing 30 frames over here, that it will actually look like a video to you that it's being played. Okay, so here right now, if this is basically the playhead, as you guys can see right over here. Once I do have so many frames, so what I can do is I can just click onto this play option and it will be played right over here accordingly. Okay, so if I come here and suppose if using this classic brush tool, let me just create something. Okay, so if I just come here and let's create quite a thing like this, and here you guys can see this is how it will look. Okay, so here you guys can see this is actually the fluid brush tool which I have just choose. I can just go Ctrl Z back, and if I come here, let's take this classic brush tool and now let's create a box quite like this. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have created a box quite like this, and if I come here, if I want to select it individually, I can just select it quite over here altogether as well. Okay, and suppose from here what I want to do is I want to add up a new layer. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have added up a new layer, and here just underneath this one here, now you guys can see I do have 2 frames over here. Okay, so now I do have 2 frames, just one underneath the another. Okay, and from here, suppose now you guys can see this one actually looks kind of grayish. Okay, that means that I don't have any content on my layer number 4. Okay, so if I come here and if I just go here onto my layer number 1, here you guys can see all my frame is getting selected, and the object which I have over here is also getting selected right over here as well at the same time. Okay, so now if I come here onto this particular layer, and what I'm going to do is if I come here, let's take this classic brush tool and now let's create up a circle quite like this. Okay, so here you guys can see now this one also have turned in the same color of how my layer 1 was looking like. Okay, so now if I take my selection tool and if I just select this one, if I do want to move it up, you guys can see I can just move it up quite accordingly the wherever place I do want to put this thing. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to work right over here. Okay, and now if you want to add more layers, you guys can actually add more layers to it over here as well. Suppose if I do want to come here and if I do want to actually see this whole thing right here. Okay, if you do want to increase the size, you guys can actually increase the size accordingly. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have all these layers over here in which I can work on. Okay, so I will just put off this canvas a little on top, and maybe I'll just zoom this out a little bit just to fit it here properly. Okay, so let's go to 94, and now let's just come here and let's try to move this one accordingly. Okay, so I'll just place this over here, and now these 2 layers on top is showing me that okay, this particular layer doesn't have anything. Do you want to fill it up with anything? So if I do want to fill it up with anything, I can come here, take my tool. Okay, let's take the rectangle tool from here. Let's click on shift And now let's try to create a rectangle over here. Okay, now if I come to this point and if I just try to select all of this, or if I just come here and let's try to select all this all together. Okay, and now I'll just click on Ctrl G. So I have just grouped this thing up. Let me just put it here on top. And now the same thing, what I want to do now is I will just click on Ctrl C and I'll just come here into the layer number 5. And over here, I will just click on Ctrl V. And now I do have this particular same thing here in this panel as well. Okay. And now I will just check out the alignment over here. Okay. So now 4 of these are filled basically. Suppose from here, now you guys can actually see that I do have 4 options right over here. So the first thing is I want to actually make this one active, or I just want to highlight this layer. Okay, suppose from here I just want to highlight this layer number 6. So in that case, if I just click on 6 and if I also change its positioning, suppose if I come here, if I just put it here on down, still you guys can see I do have this particular layer actually highlighted. Okay, so here every layer do have different colors for their highlighting. Here you guys can see this layer number 6 do have a red color over here. Okay, and over here if I do want to highlight this thing at the same time, here you guys can see now I do have both of this layer over here, okay, which are highlighted. And if you do want to turn it off, you guys can come here, just click on this small icon onto this side and you guys can just deactivate your highlight option from here. Okay, so this was about that. And afterwards, here you guys can see if you want to come here, okay, suppose if you come here and you want to see, okay, you do have this particular icon right over here. Okay, but what happens is like you just want to see the outline of what you made. Okay, so if you just want to see the outline, just click over here. Now you are able to see only the outline of a rectangle. Okay, so now over here again, if you want to see this here in its full shape with the fill and the stroke, again come here and click on this icon, and here now you guys can actually see that now I do have the fill and the stroke over here as well. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood till this much. Okay, so there are a lot of things. Okay, suppose if you do want to add up frames and all over here, you guys will be able to add up frames and all from here as well. Suppose if I do have frames, I'll be showing you guys how you will be able to add more frames, how you'll be able to add keyframes. Okay, we'll be learning about all of that in our next class. Okay, so here let's concentrate on this part for now. Okay, suppose now what I want to do is, as I do have this particular thing here on my layer number 5, suppose in my animation I think, okay, this one is unnecessary. Okay, I don't want to view it. So in that case, I can just click right over here and it will actually be not seen here in this canvas. Okay, and suppose here all the canvas which I do have over here, if I want to actually hide all of this, okay, how many ever layer do I have? I can just click on this icon. I can do that. And if I want to see each and everything which I have over here in this panel, if I do want to just see it in outline, I can click here and it will all be shown in an outline form. Okay, so here you guys can see all it will be shown in an outline. And suppose here, if you want to come here and if you want to highlight all these layers all together, okay, you guys can click here and here you guys can see all these layers which you do have present over here is being highlighted. Okay, so again, I will just turn it off altogether. So now over here, let's come to look at this one. Suppose what you want to do is you want to come here and what you want to do is you want to lock this particular layer. Okay, so as I have locked this one, suppose now if I do want to select this one, if I want to move this one, I will be able to do that over here. Okay, so for that, I need to again turn it back off. Okay, then only I will be able to work with this particular shape right over here. If I do want to move it, if I want to work with this one, I will be able to work with all of this right over here accordingly. Okay, so here if you also hide these layers, okay, let's come here, let's hide this layer, and suppose now I want to work here in the layer 5. okay, but nothing is visible and I won't be able to work from here as well. Okay, so once I do have any both of this on, I won't be able to work in the frame over here. Okay, so this is about this particular timeline panel. Okay, this was about layering, and you guys can always come here, double click and change the name according to yourself, like how you want to actually see this one. And suppose if you just click over here, from here basically you guys will be able to see that what all layers are active. Okay, so here you guys can see, you guys can actually view it right over here. Okay, so these layers are actually active, and if I do off it, here again you guys can see now I have just off this one over here. Okay, so here you guys can see from here basically you will be able to add up new layer. Okay, and I have also showed you like if you want to delete this one, how you guys will be able to delete it from here. Okay, so now suppose what I want to do is I do have some layers and I want to put those layers inside a folder just to keep those things in a good place. Okay, so in that case, now what I'm going to do is I will come here, I will click on the folder, and basically you guys can come here and just name the folder. Suppose I will just name this one as 1. Okay, so let's name this as 1, and now let's just select this one. You guys can use this layer, then use control and select all of it. Okay, otherwise what you guys can also do is suppose I want to select from this layer to this layer, then I'll just click on shift and I'll just click on the last layer, and everything over here will get selected. Now the next thing, if I want to put all these layers inside this folder, what I need to do is I need to just drag and just drop it over here. Okay, so I'll just go back, come here, and now I will just drop it right over here. Okay, and here now this one is inside this one folder. Okay, so now once I have selected this folder, you guys can see I have actually selected all the other things over here. Okay, so this one is only the layer number 6. Okay, and except this one, all these things which I had over here is in this one folder. Okay, and if you want to individually work with all of these layers, you guys can come here and individually work with all these layers over here as well. Okay, suppose if you do have one object on top of another, suppose now I do have this layer 6, and what I can do is if I just bring it right over here, this is how it will look. Okay, suppose the same thing, what I want to do is I just want to bring it forward. So go to this layering option, come here and just bring it here on top. Now you guys can see this particular icon is there in top of all of these layers. Okay, so if I do have any object or any kind of shapes, okay, which I want to put on top, then layer it with another background, I can use this layering option quite nicely. Okay, suppose from here if you want to delete this one, come here, select that layer and click on delete. Okay, and if you want to delete multiple layers, suppose click on this layer, click on control, select this one, and from here you guys will be able to delete this from here as well. Let's click Ctrl Z to go back. Okay, Ctrl Z to come back and get this layer 6 over here as well. Okay, so this was about the layering options, how you'll be able to add up a new layer, how you'll create a new folder, and how you will be able to delete. Okay, and here also you do have 3 different options. Okay, so here you guys can see add camera, show parenting view, and over here you guys can see like click to invoke layer depth panel. Okay, we'll be learning about all this in detail when we talk in depth about animation. So from here now, if I just show you guys this one, okay, so here you guys can see I do have the camera view option. Okay, so you guys can basically move this thing quite over here according to the camera view. If you come here onto this particular layer, and suppose if I come here, if I just want to move this thing apart, you guys can actually see how I actually want to view these things over here. Suppose if I come here, if I just place this thing quite here, and now if I just take this particular shape, okay, so let's come here, and you can't use any pen or anything. Here you guys can see the current layer camera is a camera layer which does not support drawing. Okay, so here you guys won't be able to add any kind of shapes, or if you just take out these tools okay, this brush tool and all, you guys won't be able to use this here in the camera layer. Okay, so here you will be able to only use this selection mode. Okay, so from here, if I just click onto this camera layer, you guys can see that if you want to actually change anything, okay, you guys can come here, and using this tool, you guys will be able to select this over here as well. Okay, so now let's come to this point, and here you guys can actually see the difference in colors. Okay, so if I come here, you guys can see all these layers do have some things into their layer. Okay, so now if I click here, and if I just click on to delete option, it will get deleted accordingly. Suppose if I come here, select the camera option, and here under the camera option, you guys can see if you want to attach all layers to or detach all layers from camera, you guys can actually attach and detach all of it. So now let's click onto this delete option, and here it will get deleted accordingly. Okay, about that thing we'll be learning in our later classes when we move deeper. Okay, then it will be easy for you guys to actually relate properly. Okay, so here also you guys can see if you want to add camera, I have already showed you guys option, and here you guys can see you do have the option show parenting view. Like if you want to scale it, skew it, and flip it accordingly, okay, you guys can actually do that from here as well. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class on how this timeline actually works. Okay, and here you guys can see there are few tools, like if you do have a lot of frames, from here you guys can add keyframes. If you want to go back frame by frame, you guys can go, and here are different tools. Okay, if you want your animation to be played in a loop, you guys can actually do that. If you want to go frame by frame behind, you guys can go through this one. And if you want to play the video or the animation which you have created for a preview, you guys can actually come here and play it accordingly. And if you want to go one frame forward, you guys can go frame by frame forward from here as well. Okay, and this one is the zoom in and zoom out of your document right over here. Okay, and lastly comes here click to invoke layer depth. Okay, if you come here, you guys can see that I do have layer depth option right over here, which I can work on. Okay, so we'll be learning about this particular thing over in our next classes once we move deep into our class. And yeah, I hope this part is actually clear, that how you will start working here onto the timeline, what each and everything's over here into this layer panel means. Okay, how we are going to work on over here. Okay, suppose let's just delete all this layer. Okay, let's come here, let's click on delete. Okay, so I'll just click on this one, let's delete this folder, and here they will be showing window pop-up like, am I sure that do I want to delete this layer folder? Okay, but sometimes by mistakenly you might try to delete this. Okay, so here they will be showing you a warning page, and I want to delete it actually. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place this thing right over here. And suppose now if I come here and if I just take a oval tool and let's click on shift, and now let's click an oval over here. And what I'm going to do is now I am going to select all of it. Okay, let's just select all this thing all together. Let's try to select it all together. And now I want to create an object. Okay, so now I do have created this thing as an object, and now I will just place this thing quite over here. Okay, so now I do have placed this thing over here, and if I just try to move it, I will be able to move it quite properly over here as well. Okay, so now instead of making it quite like this, if I come here, now if I take this oval tool, let's create a oval on here. Okay, so let's come here and let's create it quite like this, and now just click on this option, and if you just want to move it, you guys can actually move it over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see if you want to align it properly, you guys can actually align it properly over here as well, and you guys can actually make some stunning shapes. Okay, so from here, if you are trying to move this thing apart, you guys can see this is how you guys will be able to move this one apart quite like this. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood about the layering options over here. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we'll be learning about frames and keyframing. So take care, everyone. I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care.
Hello,
and
everyone.
goodbye. And welcome you all to another chapter of animation with Adobe Animate. Okay, so now we are on our chapter number 7, and here we'll be understanding the frames and the keyframes in Adobe Animate. Okay, like how you will be able to work on with frames and what are keyframes, why do we put keyframes. We'll be learning about all of that in detail here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Animate. So from here, I will try to create up a new file, and I'll be showing you over there about the frames and the keyframe. Okay, so I'll just click on create and wait for my file to create me a workspace quite over here. Okay, if I wanna delete this, I can delete this one, and again go to this option. Let's go to workspaces, and I will just reset my workspace to the essential workspace again. Okay, so if I do want to move it here on top, this particular canvas, I will just move this one here on top a little bit. Okay, so in last class we learned about the timeline. Okay, so in this class we are going to learn about frames and keyframes. Okay, so in last class I have already showed you that here you guys can see one box is over here. Okay, so here if I just select this one, and from here what I'm going to do is, let's come here and let's take a rectangle tool and let's try to create up a rectangle over here. Okay, so now here you guys can see I have just created a rectangle, and from here if I do want to just select this, let's select this part. Otherwise let's select this whole thing out, and from here I want to actually decrease the stroke size. Okay, so I'll just decrease the stroke size, and let's come here, and from here let's try to give this one up a different fill color. Okay, so I'll come here and I'll just give this one up a different fill color. Okay, so here you guys can see this is basically a frame. Okay, so now if I just go back, okay, and here you guys can see now I do have 30 frames, which is equals to 1 second. Suppose now I only do have one frame over here. Okay, so if I want to add frames till this 2-second mark, or let's say I want to take 70 frames over here, in that case what I'm going to do now is, as I have just selected this particular frame, okay, so I have just selected this frame, and now I will just come here onto the 70 mark, right click, and over here what you can do is, if you come here, let's just click outside and this option over here, and from here you guys can just click on insert frame option. Okay, so the shortcut for that is F5 from our keyboard. Okay, so here as you guys can see, now once I have selected this thing, okay, so now this is the frame which I have till the 70 frames over here. Now I will be able to play this one over here, but there won't be any changes. Okay, so if you just click on play, here you guys can see the same thing will continue for 70 frames, which is 2 seconds and somewhat around 2 seconds, 10 frames, kind of like that. Okay, so now from here, as you guys can see, if I take only this particular frame, otherwise from here you can actually choose that which frame you want to work with. Okay, so if you wanna go here manually, you guys can come here manually. Otherwise just double click here. Suppose you want to go to frame number 42, okay, and click on enter. Your playhead will come here onto the frame number 42, and you will be able to work on right over here. But if you guys look closely, in each and every frame right over here, I do have the same content, which is a rectangle box. Okay, so here all of this thing, I do have this same thing right over here. Suppose now what I want to do is I want to delete these frames. Okay, so if you want to just delete which content over here is, okay, like here you guys can see I do have this particular same content right over here. Okay, so now if I want to delete it, so what I need to do is I need to click on Ctrl Z. Let's come over here, and what you can do is, suppose I will just select it from here. Let's select all these frames from here. Now if I click Alt and backspace, you guys can see now right over here I do have empty frames. Okay, so what I wanted to do actually was I wanted to delete this whole frames over here. But what happened instead is, like, till here I do have this content which is here till frame number 15. But once I come here onto the 16th number frame, here you guys can see now I do have blank frames over here. Okay, so now in that case, if you want to delete all these blank things as well, is just select all of it. Okay, come here, select all of it, and what you can do is you guys can click on Shift and 6. Okay, otherwise I will just go and I will just click on Shift and F5. Okay, so here you guys can see now, if I just again select this whole thing out, and if I just click on Shift and F5, here you guys can see now I do have deleted all of these frames as well. Okay, so now I don't have blank frames also over here. Okay, so we have seen three things over here. I have showed you guys how you will be able to add frames. Okay, I have showed you like how you will be able to remove frames, and also I have showed you how you will be able to delete some content inside a frame. Okay, so we have learned about these three things. Okay, about frames. Suppose if you come here, if you right click, if you want to copy any particular frame and if you want to paste it in another, you guys can actually do the same thing over here as well. Okay, so from here also you do have a insert frame option, and from here also you do have the option for removing frame. Okay, so I have already showed you guys about the shortcuts which are over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I do have it here till frame 15. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have here 14, and here I do have the 15th number. Okay, so if I want to insert a frame over here, I can click on insert frame, and over here I do have the same content over here as well. Suppose what I want to do is I want to come here, and in the 8th frame, what I want to do is I want to actually work over here that if I do make any changes, okay, it should be visible over here. Okay, so now if I am adding more frames to it, I will do have the same content till here. Okay, so here you guys can see till my frame 15, I do have the same content. But here, if I do want to make some changes over here, so the first thing we need to do is we need to add a keyframe. Okay, so in that case, there are different ways to insert a keyframe. So from here directly, if you click, you will be able to insert a keyframe. Otherwise, what you can do is come to that particular frame, and after that right click, and here you guys can actually click on insert keyframes, and here a keyframe will be inserted. Okay, so now if you select this particular keyframe from here, and now if you do make any changes, suppose if I come here, I am here onto this particular keyframe, and what I'm going to do is I am going to change it right over here. Okay, so now let's see how it actually looks, and here if I just play this thing up, okay, so here you guys can see there is a change. So here in my frame 7, I do have the rectangle box over here. But here, once I just jump here onto frame 8, here you guys can see I do have the rectangle box over here onto a bit central over here. Okay, and it continues till here as well. Suppose the same way if you come here, and in this particular place also you want to put up a keyframe, let's come here onto this 12. Okay, and again let's come here, and from here I will add up a keyframe. Okay, so let's add a keyframe. Let's select this keyframe, and what you can do is come here, and you guys can actually change the positioning. Otherwise, you guys go to the sub selection tool. Now select this thing, and from here let's just move it up quite like this. Okay, so you guys can just move it up quite like this. So now let's see how it actually looks. So if you just click over here onto your playhead, this is how it will look. Okay, so now here I do have 3 keyframes over here. Okay, and I do have 3 kind of things. Okay, so first one is this rectangle on the left hand side, and in the second keyframe I do have the rectangle box quite here in the central, and the last thing here you guys can see I do have created a shape over here, okay, which I have viewed only in 15 frames in total. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the last frame over here. Okay, so suppose what you want to do is I don't want this keyframe. Okay, like I just want to delete this keyframe. In that case, what you can do is you can just select that particular keyframe, otherwise select any frame right over here, and what you can do is if you click on shift and F6 from your keyboard, okay, suppose I will come here and now I'll just click on shift and F6. Here you guys can see I do have deleted that particular keyframe from there. Okay, but I didn't delete my frames. Okay, so I do have the same number of frames. I just deleted the keyframe which I had just bought up before some time and made some changes accordingly. Okay, so this was about that. And afterwards, suppose here now I do have this content over here in the center. Okay, so now what I want to do is this 15th number frame, I want to have a black frame. Okay, like blank, in the sense like I won't have any content at all over here. Okay, whatever content I did have, I want to actually delete it. In that case, I have showed you guys how you will be able to do that. First thing, you guys can just come here, select this and click on Alt and Backspace. Otherwise, if you just want a blank one, in that case, you guys can just click on F7. Okay, so you guys can basically click on F7. Otherwise, if you just right click and here you do have this option called insert blank keyframe. Okay, so here now you guys can see this frame is now a blank frame right over here. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have a blank keyframe over here. Suppose from here, if you come to this point and if you want to add any other animation, you guys will be able to animate other things over here as well, instead of coming here. And what I can do is, suppose if I don't have this blank frame. Okay, so let's go Control Z again. Okay, so I'll just go Control Z over here. Okay, so I'll come here, and now if I come here and let me just put up a keyframe over here. Okay, so let's select this keyframe and let's put this keyframe, but I do have this content over here. Okay, but here if I don't want to start it from the beginning, I'll come here and just right click onto my mouse, and from here I can just click on insert blank keyframe. So here you guys can see now I do have inserted a blank keyframe, and I can actually make my design over here all in total again. Okay, so I don't have to come here, select this one, delete this and start working over here again. Okay, so that is the use of using blank keyframe over here. So now over here, if I just come here in the first keyframe, and here you guys can see there are 3 icons. Okay, suppose if you want to go or directly jump to the next keyframe, okay, then right click and here you guys can see I am here in this particular keyframe. Again, if I right click here, you guys can see now I'm in my 3rd keyframe over here, and if I right click here, you guys can see I do have my pin or the playhead over here in my 4th or the blank keyframe. Okay, so the same way, if I want to step backward, okay, if I want to go to the previous keyframe, I can just come here, click on to this one, and I can just go right over here. Okay, so they also do have a shortcut which is Alt and plus from your keyboard. If you click on Alt and plus from your keyboard, it will go backward frame by frame. And over here, if you click on to this one, if you want to step forward, you guys can just click on Alt plus and comma at the same time. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how you will be able to move forward, move backward. Okay, so if I come over here, you guys can see, okay, so you do have the shortcut key right over there as well. Okay, and let's come to this middle option or the middle part which I have over here. So suppose you want to add up a frame. Okay, so you can come here and add up frames accordingly over here. Suppose now I will come here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to select all of it, okay, except the first one, because I do actually need one frame. So let's come here, let's select till this much, and now what you want to do is I want to delete all the frames. So shift and F5 from our keyboard, and I have just removed all of this over here. Okay, so now again what I'll do is I'll just come here, let's take 60 seconds, and from here what I'm going to do is now I am going to right click, and from here I will just insert frame over all of this again. Okay, so I have just inserted frames over here. As you guys can see, if I just move my playhead, I do have the same thing right over here. Okay, so now let's just move it quite like this. Okay, let's come here onto this 30 seconds or this 30 frames mark, which is 1 second. And suppose what you want to do is you want to put keyframes all over here. Okay, like you want to you want to put keyframes after 2 frames, or in each and every frames you want to put up a different keyframe. In that case, now the first thing what you need to do is select some frames over here, right click, and over here you guys can see you do have option of convert to frame by frame animation. Okay, and the first one is keyframe each frame. Okay, so now if I click onto this one, if I just zoom in a little bit, okay, you guys can see in each frame I do have this keyframe over here which I can work with. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have keyframes in each of this frame. Otherwise, again, let's select all of this, and from here let's right click, let's go to convert to frame by animation. And in that, if I want, like, I will have one keyframe, then I'll have another normal frame, and after that I want another keyframe. In that case, if I just click right over here, okay, so let's just right click, and here you guys can actually see, suppose if I come over here, right click and convert to frame by frame, keyframe every other frame. Okay, so here you guys can see now I have keyframe every other frame over here. Okay, and now again if I just select this, right click, and from here if I want to keyframe every third frame, okay, so if I just click over here, it will just keyframe every third frame over here. So for that, again, what I need to do is come here, let's try to select all this thing out, right click, go to convert to frame, and keyframe every third frame over here. Okay, I will be able to keyframe every third frame over here as well. Okay, so let's just go back again. Okay, so I'll just click on Ctrl Z over here, and now I only do have one keyframe, and let's select this frames, right click, go to convert to frame, and now if I click on keyframe every third frame, here you guys can see now if I just zoom in, okay, so here using this icon, let's just zoom in over here, and here you guys can see now after every third frames I do have a keyframe over here. Okay, again Ctrl Z, okay, and now let's select few other frames over here. Okay, so let's come here, if you just want to select this, and from here just right click, from here go to convert to frame by frame animation, and if you want to keyframe every fourth frame, you guys can come here, and this is how you guys will be able to see that you are just keyframing every fourth frame accordingly. Okay, Ctrl Z again, right click again, and now if you want to customize this one, suppose from here what I want to do is after every 15 frames I want to add up a keyframe. Okay, so in that case, now what I'll do is I will just drag this thing. Okay, so if I drag onto the right side, it will increase, and if I drag onto the left hand side, it will decrease accordingly. Okay, so now I will come here, let's just put somewhere around 15. Okay, otherwise you guys can just double click and just type 15 and just click on enter, and here now you guys can see after every 15 frames I do have this keyframe till the place where do I have created frames. Okay, so till here I do have this thing accordingly. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood that how you will be able to use keyframes throughout. Okay, so suppose if you just select this, if you want to cut this frame, otherwise let's come here, and what you want to do is you want to come here, and now let's take this frame, right click, and from here I want to copy this frame. Okay, so I'll just come here, click on copy frames, and after that I will just come here and right click. I will just add insert frame, and now into this last frame, okay, I will just come here, right click, and I will just insert blank keyframe. And now if I do want to copy that content which I had over here, if I just click on this option, let's come this part, and from here right click, and from here copy frames, and let's come to this blank option, and over here I will just right click, and now I will click on paste frames, so I'll have the same frame over here as well. Okay, and suppose if I come here, and from here I will just add another keyframe. Okay, so here let's add blank keyframe. Okay, so I'll just add up a blank keyframe over here, and instead of a rectangle I will just try to draw a circle. Let's click on shift, and now I have just created one circle over here, and if you want me to move around, you guys can actually move it around over here as well. If you want to work on with the size, you guys can also do that from here. Let me just select it. Okay, and afterwards let's select the selection tool, and if you want to move this accordingly, you guys can actually move all of this, and now I have selected it all together. And now here, as you guys can see, now I do have a circle, and after that I do have a rectangle over here. Okay, suppose I will just select this keyframe, and what I'll do is I will just copy frame over here. And if I come to this particular frame, here you guys can see I do have a rectangle. Okay, suppose if I want to paste my circle or the ellipse over here, in that case if I right click, and if I want to override the frames, okay, so in that case what I can do is I can just paste and override. So here now I don't have the rectangle anymore. Okay, I only do have this circle. Okay, but here if I just go Control Z, right click over here, and if you only click on paste frames, here you guys can see how it will actually look. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually work on over here. Okay, and override things. If you want to clear your frame, you guys can clear frame. If you want to select all the frames together, you guys can come here, select it from this particular option. Otherwise you guys can come here and just select it all accordingly. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this part on how you will be able to create keyframes and what is there about framing, keyframing. We have understood each and everything about this lesson right over here. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of animation with Adobe Animate tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 8, and here we'll be showing you guys the difference between a shape and an object. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of that here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the home page of the Adobe Animate. Okay, so from here, the first thing what I'm going to do is I am going to click over here onto this new file option, and it will just give me a pop-up window. Okay, so here, as you guys can see right now, I will just come here and I'll also click onto this create option. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, now I do have created this particular Canva over here. So suppose from here, I will change the color of this particular stage, okay, which is the background color. So I'll just come here and let's try to take a dark color from here. So now the next thing what I am going to do over here is I am going to come here, and from here now I am going to take a classic brush tool. Okay, so now if I just take up a classic brush tool over here, and let's try to change the fill color to something in white. Okay, so I'll just change the fill color to something in white, and let's come and let's just make some designs quite like this with your mouse. Okay, so you guys can just make this kind of designs over here. Okay, as this one is a fill. Okay, so now here, as you guys can see, once I have just made this particular design, this one is basically a shape. Okay, so here if I just turn off the pressure and I will just use tilt option over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have this particular brush. Okay, so let's come here, let's take this one, and now let's try to create some shapes quite the same over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have created a shape over here as well. Okay, so basically this is a shape. Okay, suppose with my selection tool, if I want to select this whole thing, here you guys can see now I do have this shape option right over here. Okay, so now if I do want to change the fill color altogether, I can come here and I can actually fill the color over here accordingly. Okay, so here you guys can see now you guys will be able to move around this shape. Okay, you guys can actually check these things. Okay, so basically this one is a shape. And now as I only do have one particular layer, suppose what I'm going to do is I am going to come here, take my classic brush tool, and what I'm going to do is I am going to just override on top of this one. Okay, so if I come here, and what I'm going to do now is I am going to change the fill color maybe to something white. Okay, so now with my selection tool, let's take out this fill. Okay, and here now if I just try to move this thing around, here you guys can see now it became one shape altogether. Okay, so here you guys can see this became one shape altogether. Same way if I come here, and now if I just place it quite like this, this is how it will just place on top of this one. Okay, as this one is just an shape. So what I can do is I can just save or just select this altogether, and after that I can just delete this particular part over here as well. Okay, so now I hope you guys have understood what a shape is. Okay, so anything you guys can create actually over here. Suppose if I just take my rectangle tool, and suppose I will take a fill as white color, and I want my stroke to be in this maroon color. Okay, so let's come to the stroke size option, and from here now let's take the stroke size as 5 and let's click on enter. And from here now if I do want to create a proportional rectangle, I will come here, click on shift, and now I will just create a rectangle quite like this. Okay, so as you guys can see now I do have made a particular shape. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this rectangle, so this is a shape as well. Okay, so what happens if you want to create any kind of object? Okay, and what object basically does. Suppose if I come here and if I just create another shape on top of this one. Okay, so let's come here, let's select this, let's select the selection tool, let's select this part as well, and let's click on delete. And suppose now I want to just group this thing. Okay, so if I just click on Ctrl G, and now if I come here and if I just double click and if I try to move this thing around, here you guys can see now that particular part which I just had underneath, I don't have that thing right over here again. Okay, so now let's select this whole part over here, click on Ctrl G, and now I do have grouped this thing over here, and now this particular thing have turned into an object altogether. Okay, so now if you just select this one, and here you guys can see under this object I do have this option, and now I can actually place this same thing anywhere I want. Okay, so if I just want to check on the width, I can actually check on the width. Suppose I want to decrease the width, I can do that. And if I do want to move it on the left hand side, I can just move it over here. If I want to move it to the top, let's just decrease it and it will just move here on top accordingly. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this particular option. Suppose now if I come here, let's take this brush tool. Okay, so I want to take the paintbrush tool. Let's come here and onto this particular edit toolbar, I do have my paintbrush tool. So what I can do is I can come here and I can just place this thing right over here on top. And now from here, what I can do is I can just take this paintbrush tool, and from here, if I want to create some kind of designs, Okay, suppose let me just select or make this kind of design over here. Okay, and from here, now what I'm going to do is, as I do have this thing right over here, and suppose as I do have this paintbrush, if I want to actually make an object from the beginning itself, in that case, what I need to do is I need to come here and select this option. Now, if I come here and if I take my selection tool, you guys can see it consists of different strokes all over. Okay, so here it consists of different strokes all together. So this one is one stroke and the next stroke is right over here. And if I want to customize the style, I can just customize the style and also the width from here as well. Control Z to go back. Let's select this one. And if you do want to increase the stroke size, you guys can increase the stroke size from here as well. If you do want to select outside, this is how it actually looks. Okay, so now if you do want to move it inside a little bit, you guys can come here and you guys can actually move this thing a little bit over here. Okay, so now I can just come here and I will just move this thing quite over here as well. Okay, the way you want to move it, you will be able to move this accordingly. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood about this part. And suppose you want to turn this thing into an object, you guys can come here and you guys can click on create object and it will turn into an object right over here. Okay, and again, this particular same thing, if you want to break this thing apart, okay, like you do want only as a stroke or you want only this thing as a fill, in that case, what you're again going to do is you are going to click on Control and B from your keyboard. And once you click on Control and B, now here you guys can see you will be able to individually choose all of this and work with all these strokes all together again. Okay, so now again I will just select all of this, click on Ctrl G from the keyboard, and now it's grouped accordingly right over here. Okay, and if you want to come here and suppose if I go to this transform option, and from here you guys can actually give all of this thing up a rotation, and suppose the same way if you want to decrease its size, click on shift and decrease its size accordingly, maybe place it here in one corner as well. Okay, so this was about this particular tool and the difference between an object and a shape. Okay, so just for a rewind, let's come here again. Let's take the paintbrush tool and now just let's create a line quite like this. And if I want to change my profile, I'll just change the profile from here as well. So now you guys can see I have selected this particular part. Okay, and now if I directly want to convert it into an object, first I will select object drawing mode, and after that let's try to create a straight line using shift. Okay, so I will just click on shift, and here you guys can see now with my selection tool, if I select up this particular part, here you guys can see this particular part now is actually an object over here. Okay, so this one is an object, but this one over here is still a stroke. Okay, so this one is basically still a stroke. You guys can actually select individual points over here and you guys can work with this accordingly. Suppose I just want to change only this part color. Okay, so come here and you guys will be able to change a particular part of this frame over here. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood the difference between an object and a frame. And suppose here I do have this thing as group right now. Okay, so if you want to actually break it, or using Ctrl B, which I have already showed you, if you want to break it apart, you guys can break it apart using Ctrl B, which is the shortcut from our keyboard. Otherwise, what you can do is here in my properties panel, you guys can see just under this group option, I do have this particular break apart option as well. Okay, so I can simply click on this break apart options, and now if I try to move it individually, you guys can see I am able to move this thing individually as well. Okay, and my stroke is in a different place. If I do want to select only the stroke, I can come here and I can just manage the stroke over here as well. Let's come here, select this part, and let's try to move it right over here. Okay, and let's take this stroke and let's just place it right over here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to place it quite like this here on the sides. Control Z, over here again, Control Z again. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to just place it right over here. And yeah, this is how it will actually look like. Suppose if you just come here, let's go Control Z back. Okay, and here only this part I do want to delete. I can just delete that particular part from here as well. And what I can do is I can just select this as an object right now. And if I click on Control G, now this is an object by itself. Okay, so if you do want to move it up, you guys can just click onto the page up option and you will be moved up over here accordingly. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood the difference between an object and also a shape. Okay, so using objects, you will be able to move that. Also, you will be able to resize it accordingly. But in case of a shape, it's quite hard. Okay, you guys can actually manipulate all the sides accordingly. So I will prefer that once you are ready with your final product, okay, suppose you're making a circle or using a circle, you're making some shapes. Okay, so once you are done making that particular shape, after that only try to convert it into an object. Okay, so you guys can just click on Control G from your keyboard. Otherwise, if you're a Mac user, you can just click on Command G from your keyboard. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye.
Hello
everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the animation with Adobe Animate tutorial. So now we are on a chapter number 9, and here we'll be understanding the symbol in detail. Okay, so we'll be understanding what a symbol is and how it's actually quite important when we are working over in this particular software called Adobe Animate. Okay, so we'll be learning how you can actually use a symbol, how you can actually make one art as a symbol, use it in your work, save it in your library, and a lot more over here. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Animate. Okay, so the first thing, you guys know what I need to do. I need to create up a new file over here, which will just give me a pop-up window. And from here, basically, I will click onto this create option over here. Okay, so as you guys can see right now, I do have this particular workspace in which I'm going to work on. Okay, so the thing which we are going to learn is about symbol. Okay, so for that first thing, let's come here and let's take a paintbrush tool. Okay, so you guys know that if I do create any kind of icon over here using this paintbrush tool, what will happen is it will just give me a stroke. Okay, so as you guys can see right now, this one is basically a stroke. Okay, so suppose if you want to create this stroke into an object, then you guys know already what you guys need to do. Here you guys can see now this one is an object, because once I was drawing this thing, I do had this create object option on. Okay, so now here if I again go to my paintbrush tool, you guys can see this one is basically on, okay, which is object drawing option over here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this particular thing into a symbol. Okay, so at this point, this is actually an object. Okay, as you guys can see, I do have the drawing object on, but the same way, if I just off it, it won't give me an object right now if I draw this thing over here. Okay, so it will just give me a particular stroke. Okay, so if I come here, let's select this spot, and here you guys can see it consists of basically 2 strokes. Okay, so now let's come here, and if I want to turn this thing into a symbol, in that case, what I can do is come here, select this one first, and after that, right click And what you can do is you guys come here down, and here in the down part, you guys can see the shortcut key for converting this to a symbol is F8 from our keyboard. Otherwise, you can just right click and directly come here into this particular option. Okay, so if I just click here, you guys can see I will have a pop-up window quite like this. Okay, so here now I can actually write the name. Okay, so what name should I put over here? Okay, so let's just write 1. Okay, so I will just type 1, and after that they will also show me that what type do I want this symbol to be. Okay, so to be sure, there are basically 3 types of symbol. One is movie clip, another one is button, and the other one is graphic over here. Okay, so if I come here and if I take this graphic option, mostly when I use or make any symbol, in that case 75% of the time I do take the graphic symbol, and I hardly use the button one. Okay, maybe in 1 or 2 scenarios only I will use the button option. Okay, so I will also be showing you guys what is the difference between a movie clip and a graphic option, but for now let's just get started with this one. Okay, so if I come here onto this advanced option, under advanced option you guys can see there are a lot of options which you can actually work with. Okay, we'll be learning about all of this later. So now what I can do is I will come here and I will just click on OK, and now this one is basically a symbol. Okay, so now this one is not an object anymore. Okay, so you guys might be thinking, okay, it just looks the same. What's the difference here? So how I'll differentiate between a symbol and a stroke or a fill, okay, or an object? Let's select this one and let's just turn this thing first into an object. Okay, so now this is an object and this is a symbol. Okay, but how you will differentiate? First thing here, once you create a symbol, okay, you guys can see in middle they will have a small icon quite like this. Okay, so in the starting you will have a symbol and it will just give you a round stage over here, and this is basically a symbol right over here. Okay, so if you come here, if you want to transform your symbol, you guys can actually transform your symbol. Suppose if you do want to decrease the size, you guys can decrease the size. If you want to increase the size, you guys can increase the size over here as well. Okay, so for now let's just keep this thing in one side and let's select this one and let's just put this thing here in one side as well. Okay, so now this one is object which I do have over here, and now this is a symbol which I have. And the other way to recognize that this one is a symbol is once you select that particular icon or once you select that particular art, here on the left hand side you will get this particular options. Okay, you will have graphic written over here. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have graphics written over here and I do have this kind of particular icon over here. So if I want to come here and if I want to change it to a movie clip, here you guys can see the down options have changed and also the icon over here have changed as well. Okay, so now again I will come here and I will just go to this graphic option. Okay, so now over here what I want to do is basically if I want to come here as this one is a symbol, suppose what I'll do is I will come here and I will just delete this symbol. Okay, so if you want to delete this symbol, you guys can actually delete it from here. But before that, if suppose you want to change the name or if you want to edit anything, okay, you guys have already created a symbol and now what you want to do is you want to edit the symbol which you already have over here. Okay, so in that case, what do you need to do? So here onto the properties option under object, here you guys can see I do have the instant of 1 and after that I do have this edit symbol properties. Okay, so if I just click once over here, you guys can see I do have the same properties panel which I did have later. Okay, so I can just change the name, I can also change the type from here and I can just click on OK and it will be saved the way you wanted it to. Okay, So this was about symbol, and yeah, let's just delete this one. Let's select this particular symbol, and if I delete this one, you guys might be thinking, okay, like how will retrieve back this one? If you click on Ctrl Z, you'll have that again, but that's not what I meant. Okay, so here now what I need to do is, if I delete here, it's just deleted from this particular layer. Okay, so this one is just deleted from this layer, not from my total project. Okay, so if I want to get that same thing from here, what I need to do is, here I need to come here onto this properties panel, and over here just beside the properties, you guys can see I do have an option called library. Okay, and if you don't see your library option in your workspace, what you need to do is you need to come here onto your windows, and from here make sure you on your library, and it will be showing you right here in your workspace. Okay, so for that, again, what I need to do is I need to click here on library, and on top only you guys can see I do have this particular item over here. Okay, so I do have already saved this thing over here, and now if I just click it here, you guys can see I do have this particular thing right over here on my canvas. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this particular canvas right over here. If I do want to increase the size of this, I can actually increase the size of this one over here as well. Okay, so this was about that. And afterwards, let's go back over here. And again, I am back at the same place. Okay, so if I come here and if I just drag and drop this one here, you guys can see now I am able to get my symbol again. Okay, and suppose from here what I want to do is I want to place it in a different way. Okay, so I want to place it quite like this. So in that case, now come here and just place it right over here on top. Okay, and now just place it here in one side, and you will be able to place it over here in one side as well. Okay, suppose you do have deleted this particular symbol from your layer. Okay, and now if you come here onto your library, then by mistakenly, if you come here and if you just click onto this delete option, okay, it will be deleted from all of these particular pages. Okay, so make sure that you don't delete your symbols from here. Okay, if you do delete it from your layer, that's quite fine. Okay, because you will be able to retrieve that thing back. But once you delete it from the library as well, you will just lose it permanently. So make sure of that. Okay, and if you want to see the properties of this one here, you guys can see you do have the same symbol properties panel over here. Okay, and suppose you do have a lot of symbols. Okay, you have used 5-6 symbols at the same time, and now you want to put them in 1 or 2 folders. Okay, so in that case here you guys can see I do have this folder sign. Okay, so I can just name this particular folder, and I can actually save this symbol over here. The one which I have showed you guys here in the layer panel, the work is quite the same. Okay, so now I'll just click on Ctrl Z again. Otherwise, I'll select this one. Right now, I don't have anything. If I don't want to put this one inside this, I can come here and I can put this one right over here. Okay, so I will just name this one as symbols. Okay, and I can just save it right over here. And once I click on this arrow icon, you guys can see under this arrow icon, I do have this particular symbol. And suppose you have 200, 300 symbols. In that case, if you want to search your symbol, you guys can come here into the search bar. And from the search bar, you guys will be able to get that particular symbol which you're looking for if you search by the name. Okay, so that was about that. And here under this, you also do have, if you do want to add any new symbol, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can add a new symbol from here as well. Okay, so that was about this. Let's come here back again to my properties panel and let's select this symbol. And here you guys can see I do have these instances over here. Okay, so now I hope you guys have understood till this much that how you'll be able to make a new symbol and how you'll be able to adjust or edit its properties. Okay, so now I will come here and now we'll just try to go back at the same place. Okay, so suppose now I want to come here and I want to go back again to my shape. Okay, so in that case, what you need to do is you need to come here to this symbol and you just need to double click over here. Okay, so once I have double clicked here, you guys can see now I do have my fill and the stroke option available over here as well as I can just clear the styles, I can just check the width, I can actually check these joints and all, and if I do want to increase the stroke size, I will be able to do it from here as well. Okay, so here once I have clicked over here, you guys can see under scene 1 I do have this particular symbol. Okay, so if I do want to go back, I can just click here and I can go back. Otherwise, again, if I just double click, I can go back here, and if I just click outside in my empty canvas, then I can just double click, and here you guys can see I do have these options here as well where I won't be able to do editing right over here. Okay, so now suppose if I come here and let's click on Alt, and I will just duplicate this one. Okay, so now I do have two symbols, you guys might be thinking, but here this one's name is 1 as well, and this one's name is also 1. So let's come here, let's just double click onto this item, and from here now what I'm going to do is let's just double click over here and let's come here, and if I just change the stroke color, you guys can see on top also the stroke which I had, that is also changing the color. Okay, so both the symbol is changing the color by itself. Okay, I'm not actually changing the color of the top one, as I have just duplicated this one from here. In that case only I will be able to get this particular thing. So let's come here, and if I just double click outside, here you guys can see now if I just go back, here you guys can see this color and this color is exactly the same. Suppose now what I want to do is I want to edit this one. Okay, so if I come here, and from here now if I change the name, okay, one symbol, okay, let's type one symbol over here, and if I click on OK right now, and if I come here, let's double click onto this one again. Okay, so let's double click, and from here let's change the stroke color. Okay, so now let's come here, and still you guys can see both of the colors are being the same. Okay, so if I come here, let's go back from this option, you guys can see now also I do have this same color. Okay, so now here also it didn't change yet. Okay, so I'll come here, let's just delete this one, and I will come here, and what I'm going to do is let's come first to the properties panel. I just need to right click, and after that here you guys can see there is an option called duplicate symbol. Okay, so here once I have duplicated this one, you guys can see now they're asking me for a name. Okay, so here you guys can see one symbol copy. So what I can do is I can come here and I will just give this one a different name. Okay, so I will just write symbol over here. Okay, so I'll just write symbol, and now if I just click on OK, now this one is a different symbol. Okay, so this one is the one symbol and this one is only symbol. And right now if I just double click, okay, and here you guys can see if I just come here and if I just change the color, okay, so right now I am only changing this color. Okay, so I'm just only changing one color, because if I come here into my library option, you guys can see onto my library option now I do have two symbols. Okay, so this is the one symbol and this is only the symbol over here. Okay, so that was about the symbol over here. Okay, so now how you are going to use this symbol over onto your frames. Okay, suppose you have already created this symbol. Okay, and how you will be able to use it. Suppose if I just double click over here, you guys can see if I just take frames. Okay, so let's select till here, let's go control back, let's come here, you guys can just select different frames, and here in your frames you guys can see all of these frames are actually blank frames. Okay, so if you just come here, starting again, if I do want it over here, right click, and here you guys can actually insert the frame where you do have this particular thing. Okay, but here this one actually, if you do want to come here, if you want to change any part, suppose if I want to come here, and what I want to do is I will just come to this option, and from here let's just go with this particular line, and from here using this tool, let's try to change its positioning. Otherwise, let's select the sub selection tool, and from here if I do want to make any changes, okay, I will be able to make these changes over here accordingly. Okay, so you guys can see I am moving on the key points over here, and here you guys can see now this one is a different symbol. Okay, so the same way, if I just double click, or if I just go back directly from here, you guys can see the symbol over here have actually changed. Okay, so now this one is a symbol which I have just selected. Let's go here and let's take the selection tool. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the symbol, and here also into my library you guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, so now this one has turned into an object over here. Okay, so now suppose if I have made these changes inside. Okay, so here I have made these changes, and that changes is also visible right over here as well. Okay, into your layer. Okay, suppose if I just double click this one, here you guys can see I do have a lot of layers. Okay, so now if I just go back and suppose I want to come here and take out this one, let's select with the selection tool, and now I will just delete this one. Let's select this. Okay, so let's come here, and now I will just select this part. Okay, so here I will just bring this thing down a little bit, and if I just delete this one, let's come to this option, and here as I do have this symbol, and if I just double click over here, you guys can see under here I will be able to add a lot of layers, as you guys can see. But again, if I just go here at the starting, I only do have one layer. Okay, but if I just double click here inside this one, you guys can see I do have different layers and all. Okay, so here inside this layer, if I come and if I do make any changes, suppose if I just come here, okay, and I want to make some changes over here, I can actually make some changes throughout. Okay, so suppose if I come here and just let's select this part, and from here I want to just change this one quite like this. Let's come here and I want to change this quite over here as well, and now I want to just go back. Here you guys can see now this one is quite visible over onto my page as well. Okay, so this is for this graphic one. Okay, I will just show you guys only one difference today here in this class between this symbol and also the graphic and the movie clip option. Okay, so I will just come here, let's keep it here in one side, and now if I just click on Alt and if I just make another copy out of this, let's just keep here this one here in top, right click, go to duplicate symbol, and from here I will just write movie clip over here. Okay, so I'll just type movie clip and I will just click on OK over here. Okay, so let's give this thing up a different color. So here if I just double click into this icon, okay, so you guys can see now I do have 3 layers over here. Okay, suppose from here if I do make any changes, so if I just come here and suppose if I just click onto this and if I just make any changes over here, okay, so let's come to this option, let's make changes quite like this over here as well. But now once I just move out, okay, here you guys can see you are able to see these changes over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have some changes here in this one. Okay, and here if you guys can see now you guys can actually go into other layers as well. Okay, so from here suppose let's take this one, and once I double click over here you guys can see I do have all of these layers, and if you do want me to work quite like this, I can actually work over here quite like this as well. Okay, so if you do want to make any changes, you guys can come here and make changes accordingly. Okay, so I will just go back using Ctrl Z. Okay, if you do want to delete any part, you guys can come here and you guys can actually delete all these parts over here as well. Let's click on delete and let's bring this particular symbol right over here. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class on what a symbol is, how you'll be able to create a symbol, and also how to retrieve it once you have deleted it from your page. And in next class, we'll be learning about the difference between a movie clip symbol and about a graphic symbol in detail. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye.
Hello
everyone,
and welcome you all to another chapter of animation with Adobe Animate tutorial. Okay, so now we are on chapter number 10, and here I'll be showing you guys the difference between the graphic and the movie clip symbol. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of it in detail here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, actually you guys can see now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Animate. Okay, so what I can do is I can come here and click onto this new file option. Okay, and it will just pop me up a window which you guys already know, and from here basically I'll be selecting the best size in which I'm going to work on. Okay, so this frame rate is fine, and I will be clicking on create option. Okay, so let's click onto this create option. Let me get redirected to my workspace in which I'm going to work on. Okay, so as you guys can see already behind here, I do have this particular page in which I'm going to work on. Okay, so here we'll be learning about the difference between two symbols which are most important. One is the graphic symbol and another one is basically the movie clip symbol. Okay, so we'll be learning about both of it. So for that, the first thing what I need to do is I need to come here, take my classic brush tool. If I don't want to increase my brush size, okay, I'll come here and let's take 30 and I will click on enter right over here. Okay, so from here now let's make a design. Okay, so my fill is actually white. Let me take another fill color over here. Let me go with the black itself. Okay, here onto this white page. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I am making a design over here, and let's go back again as I do already have a white sign. So here you guys can see I do have a shape over here, and let's take another shape quite like this over here as well. Okay, so here now I will turn all these things into a symbol. Okay, so let me select this one, right click, and from here I can just convert it to symbol. Okay, so I will come here, otherwise I can just click on F8 and I will name this one as graphic symbol. Okay, I will just name this as graphic symbol over here, and in type I need to make sure that I choose this one as graphic, and I'll just click on OK over here, and this has turned into a graphic symbol. As you guys can see here in between they do have a dot, which means that it has turned into an symbol. The same way I will come here and I'll just convert this one. Okay, and I'll just type movie clip symbol. Okay, so here I will just name this as the movie clip symbol, and I'll just click on OK. And here you guys can see now I have just turned this thing into a movie clip symbol over here as well. Okay, so now you guys already know that if I just come here inside this one and if I make changes in its frame, it won't change basically. Okay, but the same way if I come here, okay, so I double clicked over here and let's add frames. Okay, so let's come here and let's try to add more frames over here. Okay, so if you guys want to actually fill frames, you guys come here to this option. Okay, and here you guys can see I had just filled these frames over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, if I want to make any changes, let's come here and let's add a keyframe to it. Okay, so I will just add up a keyframe over here. Let's bring my playhead right here again into this 20 number frame, and over here let's come and make another keyframe, and let's just fill this one with keyframes altogether. Okay, I'm just putting keyframes after 10 frames. Okay, I have also showed you guys the shortcut way of how you'll be able to do that. As I'm not working with much of a clip, that's why I'm just coming here, and let's say I will just come here into this keyframe, and from here I want to make some changes. Okay, so if you come here and from here, if I just double click, otherwise if I just select any part, if I do want to move it up, okay, I can actually move it up over here as well. Okay, so if I come here, otherwise let's take this sub selection tool. Okay,
So if I come here, you guys can see these dotted lines. You guys can come here and make changes accordingly. Okay, so over here, if you do want to make changes, you guys can make changes quite like this. Okay, so now here you guys can see till here it will come and change over here. And basically you guys already know that I'm working inside this one. Okay, and how you'll go inside this one, as you guys can see, now I am inside my frame. Okay, I'm not in my actual timeline in which I do have both of these things at the same place. Okay, so I have double clicked this one and now I'm inside the symbol. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, this changes, and again I will come here, select this frame, and what I'm going to do is I am going to change this one over here as well. Okay, so I will just change this one and I will just change this one here as well, and let's come on to this one, and from here now I will just change it over here, change a bit over here as well. Okay, come to from 40 to 50, and now let's change it somewhere here. Okay, and lastly I will come to this frame, and from this frame what I'm going to do is I am going to change it quite like this and quite like this over here as well. Okay, so now if I just play this thing up, let's see. Okay, so if I just click and play this playhead, you guys can see how this animation works, and you are able to see over here. Okay, but it won't happen with this movie clip symbol. Okay, if you don't understand what I mean, so that's why I'll just come over here, and now as you guys can see, and if I do add frames over here, okay, so suppose if I just come here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to create frames. Okay, so I will just come here, right click, and I will click on insert frame. Okay, so if I just come here, and as you guys can see, now if I just play this one, okay, you guys can see the changes inside this frame also, which I did. Now as I don't have any keyframes over here, but you guys already know that if I just double click inside this one, okay, so if I just double click inside this, okay, so let's come over here in back, let's select this, double click onto this one. Okay, so I need to just make sure that I go inside this particular symbol. Okay, you guys already know there actually I do have my frames. Okay, so here now what I'll show is I will be showing you guys about this movie clip one. Okay, so as you guys have already seen that I have actually put this one as a movie clip symbol, as you guys can see here in the name. If you want to check this thing up here, you guys can see. Now I will just click on OK, and this one is a movie clip symbol. Okay, so now suppose if I come here and if I want to go inside this particular frame, okay, so for that I will just right click, otherwise I can also double click over here, and from here in next class actually we are going to learn about this create classic tween and motion tween, basically, or shape tween. We don't use motion tween that much, I guess, okay, for me especially. Okay, so in next class we'll be learning about that. So over here again, now I will come take my selection tool. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to double click, and here you guys can see over here I do have these keyframes which is not visible in my actual keyframe which I do have. So I'll come here again and let's take this movie clip graphic. Okay, so over here as you guys can see, this one is a movie clip graphic. Let's select this one, let's go to edit tool, and here you guys can see this one is a movie clip one. And now if I just go inside this one, and over here also let's put on this frames. Okay, right click, insert frame, and here also what I'm going to do is I am going to put on some designs. Let's come here and put in 15. Let's come here, I will just put one in the 30th frame. Okay, one keyframe, and here in the 45th frame as well. Okay, and now I'll just come here, and over here if I do want to make any changes, let's take the sub selection tool over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, I will take this tool, and now what I'm going to do is if I just double click, okay, over here, so now I will just take this sub selection tool. You guys can see that I do have this options right over here. So if I change okay, all these angles over here. Let's try to change this angle over here, and let's just change it over here as well. Let's come to this one, and from here also let's change something. Okay, if you do want to change the width and all, you guys can come here and basically change the width and all from here as well. Okay, so if you guys can come over here, and now let's make some changes quite like this. Okay, and now I'll just come to this last keyframe, okay, which I have over here. Let's make changes. Let's make change over here on this side as well. Okay, so now if I play it, okay, so as you guys can see, if I just play it from here, you guys can see the changes accordingly. Okay, but right over here, okay, if I just come back, so let me just come back over here, and now let's just play this thing up. Okay, so here you guys can see how it's being played basically over here. Okay, so now here, as you guys can see, now if I just play this thing up, you guys can see how this is being played right over here. Okay, so now let's go back. Okay, let's select this one. Okay, from here let's just select this particular symbol, and from here you guys can see this is a movie clip one. I'll just click on movie clip, and I'll just click on OK, and here I will also put on the movie clip option. Okay, so here once I have put on the movie clip option, you guys can see now if I just play this thing up, okay, only this one is changing, not this particular one. Okay, but if I come here, okay, and if I just go inside this one, let's take the selection tool again, let's go inside this shape. Here if I just play, okay, you guys can see there are basic changes. Okay, but the same way if I just come here again, and now if I try to play it over here, okay, so if I come here and let's play this one, okay, so here only the right hand side clip is moving, okay, or the symbol which you may call, okay, that one is moving, not this movie clip. So what happens with movie clip is, as you guys can see right now, okay, I am here in this particular layer. Okay, suppose I am here in my frame number 20. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the frame number 20. If I click on this one, and if I just double click, you guys can see I am here on my 60th. So they will be only showing me the first one. Okay, like the first frame they will be showing me, and after that if I come over here back again, okay, so let me just double click here. Now if I just move this one to 25, I guess, okay, and if I just double click over here, you guys can see they're only showing me the first frame right over here in that entire video which is being played, because this is a movie clip one. Okay, so as you guys can see, this one is basically how it actually works. Okay, so you can't actually move this thing up if you do have that one in a movie clip symbol. Okay, so you will be able to see only the first frame by default. Okay, so now again if I just come back and let's select this one, and now what you want to do is basically over here you guys can see now I am here in the 25th frame in this particular graphic symbol. Okay, so now if I just double click and if I just go inside here, also my playhead is in the 25th frame itself. Okay, so what it's basically showing is in 25th frame anywhere they're showing me in this particular symbol this particular icon which I have just created or I have just animated from here. Okay, so now the same way if I just come over here, they won't be showing me the same right here. As you guys can see, if I just double click, you guys can see it will only show me the first frame for the preview over here. Okay, as you guys can see, if I come here and if I just click onto the play button, only this which is there on the left hand side, okay, that graphic is moving, okay, which you can also call a graphic symbol. So if I just come back over here again, okay, so basically suppose now what you want to do is you want to come to this movie clip right over here. Okay, so you guys can just select this one, and if you do want to make any changes, you guys can do that. And after that, if I just select only this symbol here, you guys can see you do have a lot of options right over here. Okay, like filters, vanishing point. Okay, you guys will be able to work with all of this right over here as well. And let's come to this one. Okay, this graphic symbol, they consist of an option called looping. Okay, so you guys already know what looping is basically. Okay, so if I just play, and if I just keep on loop, and I can just select the range till where I want to loop. Okay, so it will be played on a continuous basis. So if I just click on play right now, you guys can see it will be kept on playing. Okay, so that is about the loop option. Okay, so if I just turn it off right now, and I'll just off the looping as well. Okay, so I will just come here, select this frame, and here you guys can see there is another option that play graphic once. Like if you only want to play this particular graphic for 2 seconds and for once, you guys can click onto this option, play graphic once. Okay, so now once I play, okay, you guys can see it will be stopped once it's done playing once. Okay, so last time we saw about playing a loop, and now we have played this graphic once. Okay, so here there is another option which calls play single frame for the graphic. Okay, suppose here you guys can see now I do have this frame. Okay, so I have this frame number 1, and if I come to frame number 26, it will show me quite like that. Okay, suppose throughout this whole animation I only want to play the frame number 25. Okay, so in that case, now I will come here, select this option, and what I can do is I can just write down 25. Okay, and I can just click on enter, and suppose now if I just play this thing up, you guys can see throughout this whole thing I only have this particular frame and it's not moving as well. Okay, so this is of selecting only one frame. Okay, and after that, here you guys can see I do have play graphic reverse once. Okay, so before how it was actually playing, it was just playing from the left to the right. Okay, so now if I just move this thing up, let's select this one, and from here let's move this thing up right over here. Okay, so basically it will play from the back. Okay, so it will basically play from the back. In that case, now let's just play this thing. Here you guys can see it will just play from the back from here. Okay, so again, if you want to play it, you guys can just get it, and it is being played from the back. Okay, so now it was being played once. Okay, if you want to reverse loop this one, you have this last option. It will just reverse your loop. Okay, so you guys can see it will be reverse played, and now if I just click on play, you guys can see it will keep on repeating. Okay, so if I just click here once, and I have this particular option over here, and I'll just on the loop as well, and now just let's play this thing up over here. Okay, so it will be played in loop. Okay, and it will be played in reverse. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is how you guys can work over here. Let's just stop this thing up for a while, and over here, as you guys can see, I have showed you guys about these 5 looping options which you can actually use. Okay, and we'll also learn about lip syncing. Okay, that is another chapter because that is there in depth. We'll be learning about lip syncing in detail as well. Suppose from here, as I have chose you this option which is play single frame for the graphic, from here now you don't want to manually put the numbers. Okay, you want to see the frame and you want to choose those frame accordingly. So in that case, what you can do is you guys can come here, and this type of bar you guys will be able to see, and from here it will also show you like how you want to preview your frames. Like, do you want to preview it in a thumbnail mode or into a list mode? Okay, so from here basically you guys can select, like if you do have put any labels and stuff, you want to search them according to labels, or you want to search them according to keyframes. Okay, so here you guys can see according to keyframes also I do have the options right over here. As you guys can see, I do have 6 keyframes, and here I do have 6 options. Okay, and I don't have any labels, so I won't be able to show you guys about that. And if you want to choose by frame, you guys can come here. Suppose I like this one, and now throughout my video or throughout this animation, I will only be able to view this one. Okay, so now if I just play here, you guys can see only this one is being played right here. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually work over here. If I just pause this one, I'll just off the loop over here, select this one, and now I just want to play graphic in once. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class, the difference between the graphic symbol, okay, and also about the movie clip symbol here in the Adobe Animation. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Take care, keep on practicing. If you're feeling that, okay, it's kind of complicated, you need to learn these basics before jumping into the world of animation. Okay, so if your basics are strong, in that case, you will be able to make some stunning animations and you'll have an idea of what you're doing in your animation. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone.
Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of animation with Adobe Animate tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 11, and here we'll be learning about the classic tween and the shape tween in detail. Okay, so we'll be telling about what a classic tween is and how the shape tween actually works. Okay, we'll be learning about all of that here in detail. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page, and from here I will be opening up a new document. Okay, so I'll just click on to create a new document right over here. And now let me show you guys about tweening over here. So for that, let me add frames. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I will just come here. Let's select this one, right click, and let's click on insert frames. Okay, so now these frames are actually empty. Okay, so now using the tween option, let's come here and let's try to take circle. Okay, so I want to create this circle proportionally. So in that case, I will just click on shift from my keyboard and I will just create this particular size. Let's go to fill option, and from here let's try to fill it with a different color. Okay, so let's come here, select this one, and let's go to fill, and let's fill it with a black color itself. Okay, and here if you want to increase the fill or increase the stroke, let's select the stroke. If you want to increase the size, you guys can come here and let's give 10 and let's click enter. And here you guys can see now I do have this icon right over here. Okay, so now before selecting tween, what I need to make sure is, like, I will just select this one. Okay, so the tween word basically came from between. Okay, so it's actually what will happen is, suppose I do have an icon right over here. So what I'll do is I will just select this frame over here and I will just select the ending point and the middle part. Okay, suppose let's take a tool. Okay, let's take this classic brush tool. So from here, suppose I will just start from here and I will just give the first frame. Okay, and I will just give the last frame. So this middle part, which I will do have over here. Okay, so this middle part over here will actually filled up by AI itself of Adobe Animate. Okay, so this is such a cool feature which actually helps you to animate a lot of things right over here. So what you can do is it will just fill up automatically. You just need to give on the command. Okay, so it happens like that. So if I just click on Ctrl Z, here it will actually fill this and it will just connect this thing properly the way you want. Okay, so I'll just click on Ctrl Z again, and what I'm going to do is I am going to come here and select this whole thing up, and from here what I can do is if I just right click, you guys can see I do have the tween option. Okay, so there are basically three kind of tweens. One is the classic tween, one is the motion tween, and another is the shape tween. Okay, so here mostly we'll be learning about the classic tween and the shape tween over here, because the motion tween we don't use much of the motion tween, at least for myself. Okay, as I was telling you guys here in last class. Okay, and make sure when we are trying to create a tween, okay, like a classic tween, in that case you need to make sure that you make this one a symbol first. Okay, so you guys know how to convert it. Right click and go to this convert to symbol option. Otherwise, using the F8 button from your keyboard, you guys can also do that. Okay, so I'll just click on convert to symbol, and now I will just name this one as classic tween. Okay, so I'll just come here and I'll just name this one as classic tween, and I'll save this one as a graphic graphic symbol. Okay, I'll click on OK. So here now this one is a symbol. So if I just right click here on top, you guys can see I do have the classic tween option available. So if I just click on classic tween, here you guys can see now I do have
this one, but here actually this turned into purple, and here I do have this small icons, okay, like dot dot dot. That means that I am not able to apply the tween properly, because to apply any tween I should have the keyframe, and from there basically I do have the option that I will be able to choose on the timing, like okay, I have selected this whole frame, so here like suppose from the 10th frame to the 30th frame I want to apply the tween. Okay, so before that what you need to do is you need to come over here, Control Z again, and from here let's come to this option here in the 10th frame, and let's add up a keyframe, and over here I do want to apply the tween here till the 30th, so I'll just add another keyframe over here. Okay, so now I will just come here in the center of the 10th frame and the 30th frame, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to select both of this, and now I will just right click over here, and now what I can do is I can just apply it to a classic tween. Okay, so for that, now what I'll do is I will just select this one, and I will just move this one from here till here. Okay, so I'll just move this one over here, right click, and now I will just click on create classic tween. Okay, so now if you guys see that if whenever it actually comes over here, you guys can see this is how it will apply. Okay, so now if I just come here onto this frame, okay, and from this frame what I can actually do is if I come to this particular symbol, let's say I will just come here and maybe I will just select another part, and let's select this symbol, and over here what I want to do is I just want to play the graphic once. Okay, I don't want it in loop, so let's play this thing again. Okay, so over here as you guys can see, this is how it will actually be played. Okay, so if I just come here, let's take it here in the first frame, let's select this one, and here you guys can see now this one was being played in loop. Okay, so if you want to play it in loop as well, you guys can come here and you guys can actually play this one in loop as well. Okay, so if you come here and now if you just place this, okay, so you guys can see how it actually appears. Okay, so I'll just go back, I will go back from here as well. Okay, so again what I can do is I will just go back. Okay, and over here now what I'll do is I will come here, and as I have just placed this thing, okay, so let's come here and over here now let's try to play this thing. Let's see how it actually looks. But here you guys can see it comes here and again it goes back to the same frame. Suppose over here what I want to do is I will just delete this keyframe. Okay, so I will just right click, and what I can do is I will just click on clear keyframe. So now I will just come right over here. Okay, so I will just come over here itself. Okay, so as you guys can see this particular transition. Okay, so now again what I'll do is I will just select this whole thing up, and what I can do is I will just put this here over here. Okay, so now there is no such transition, and what I can do is I will come here, and now I will just add another keyframe over here onto the last frame. Right click, and what you can do is you can just insert a keyframe over here in last, and after that just come here and just place it quite over here in this particular side. And now what you can do is just come here in between. Okay, so let's take 35. Okay, so I'll just come here onto the 35, right click, and what you can do is you can just create a classic tween. Okay, so come here and let's try to play this thing up. Okay, so here you guys can see how it's being played over here. Okay, so you guys can see how it's actually moving. Okay, as you guys can see from the other side over here. And over here if you just select or just choose this one, you guys can see you do have different tweening options. Okay, so here you guys can see this is basically a classic tween over here. And suppose if you guys have noticed, okay, so when it is being played, okay, so here you guys can see it will just come over here and it will just go at the same pace. Suppose you want to change the pace. In that case, what you can do is you can just select this one, and from here you guys can just click on the effect option. Okay, so you guys can select it from here. Otherwise, if you go to 100, let's put on 100, and now let's just play this thing, and here you guys can see it will just come slowly right over here at the last. Okay, and if I do want to do the exact opposite, I will come here, select this option, and from here I will just go to -100. Okay, so now let's see and let's play. Okay, so starting it will go slow and last it will go fast. Okay, so this is how you can actually match this thing over here. Okay, and it's quite important. If I just click over here, you guys can see now play graphic in loop. Okay, that one is selected. If you want to select any color mode and stuff, you guys can select over that one over here as well. Okay, so now I will just click on play graphic once, and if I just play it, you guys can see how it's being played. Okay, so here you guys can actually apply this thing. Okay, so this is how it will actually move. Okay, so this was about the classic tween option. So now if I just come here, if I just go back using Ctrl Z, okay, so now I will be showing you guys about the shape tween. Okay, so let's come here, and the same way what I'm going to do is I am going to come here, and now I am going to bring this one over here. Let's select this one. Okay, as this one is a symbol, I can just move this over here. Okay, so now I will just break this one. Okay, so I'll just click on Ctrl B, otherwise I'll just go to break apart. Okay, so now I will just select this one all together, and what I can do is I can just move this thing up. Okay, so let's say I will just move this thing right over here, and what I can do is I can just come here in the center, okay, onto the 35th frame, and just right click, and what you can do is you guys can just put on the create shape tween. Okay, so here you guys can see I did apply the tween properly, as you guys can see. Now if I just play this thing, you guys would be able to see that transition properly. Okay, so now I'll just click right over here, I will just go Ctrl Z, and what I can do is I will just go back right over here again. Let's select this, let's go back again, let's select this whole thing up, let's click it, keep this one here in the center, and now what I'm going to do is I am going to move this thing right here. Okay, so I'm going to move this thing right over here, and now come to this 35th frame. Okay, and now right click. From here you guys can just create shape tween. Okay, so from here basically you guys will be able to create a shape tween from here. Okay, so if I just play it from here, okay, so I can just do it. Otherwise I can just go Ctrl Z back, and if you want me to add another keyframe, okay, so I'll just add another keyframe right over here in the 30th. Okay, so let me add another keyframe over here, and what you can do is you guys can come here, select this keyframe at starting. Okay, let's select this, let's go back. Okay, so let's select this thing up, let's just place it right over here. Okay, and from here what you can do is you guys can just move this thing quite over here. Okay, so now I will just place it right over here. Okay, and again I will just come here onto this particular frame, and what I'm going to do is I am going to place it over here in one side. Okay, so the 30th frame over here. Okay, so now I do have this particular keyframe, and now I will just come here in the center, and I'm just going to right click, and I am going to click on create shape tween. Okay, so now you guys can see this have simple line over here. Okay, so I'll just come here and let's just play it along. So here you guys can see how it actually moves. Okay, so if you want to play it in loop, okay, you guys can just select till what place you want to play it in loop. Let's see right over here. Okay, so this is how it will actually move, as you guys can see. And if you want to come over here, and if you want to adjust the effect, okay, if you do want to do it by 100% over here, okay, let's go with 100. Okay, so let's select this one, let's go 100, and now let's just go back. and now let's just play it along. Okay, so this is how it will appear. Okay, so you guys can see there is a small effect over here, which is the ease out effect. And if I want to do the ease in effect, in that case, what I'll do is now if I just play, you guys can see there is an ease in effect over here applied. You guys can see this thing in your loop. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class on how you can work with Tween, and I have explained you guys about the classic Tween as well as the shape Tween. Okay, so I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Okay, till then, take care and goodbye everyone. See you all in my next chapter. And welcome you all to another chapter of animation with Adobe Animate tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 12, and here we'll be learning the camera option and parallaxing. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys how you can actually make some 2D animation using different layers. We'll be learning the usage of this camera option over here as well. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Animation. So the first thing what I need to do is I need to click over here onto the new file option, and from the new file option I am going to create this particular file. Okay, this particular workspace in which I am going to work on. Okay, so the option which we are going to learn today is about this particular add camera option. Okay, so before that, the first thing what I need to do is if I don't want to take up any scene from here. Okay, so I will just come here onto this particular file. Let's go to my resource file over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have my resource file, and from here let's take up an image. Okay, so I will just take out this JPEG image from here, and as you guys can see now I do have this particular image right over here. Okay, so this is going to be the background of my image. If I do want to decrease the size, let's go with 20 and let's click on enter, and now let's move down a little bit and let's come here. Let's take the free transformation tool. Let's click on shift that I want to decrease the size proportionally. So I'll just select this one, and now I can just move this thing up right over here. Suppose if you do want to increase the size a little bit, you guys can actually increase the size a little bit from here. If you want to change up the width, you guys can actually change the width from here as well. Okay, so let's just try to adjust this one. Okay, so I will just adjust this one quite like this, and now I will just try to keep this thing starting over here. Okay, so I'll be moving it onto the right hand side. Okay, so now again I will just come here to 100%. So I'll just come here, click on 100%. Okay, if you want to see how it will actually look. Okay, so this is the starting frame over here, and now after that what I'm going to do is I am going to come right over here and I am going to show you about this camera option. Okay, so this is the option, add camera option. Okay, so add camera option actually requires, or it have two main functions. Okay, so how you will be able to add, suppose I do have another layer right over here. Okay, let's take another layer. Okay, and to this layer let's name this one as BG. Okay, or I can just call this one as the background image. Okay, and now I will just come here to this layer. I'll just write background, and I'll just click over here, and I'll come to this point and I'll just click on backspace, and I will just write here lamp post. Okay, so I'll just write this name down over here, so I won't be putting any spaces in between. Okay, make sure that you don't put any spaces. So I will just write lamp post. Okay, so I'll just save this name right over here as well. Okay, so at this time you guys can see that now I do have two layers. Okay, so here we'll also be learning about this particular option like layer depth panel option over here. Okay, so we'll be understanding about that particular thing over here as well. Okay, so after this, let's try to understand how you will be able to add. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I do have two layers. Okay, so if I add camera over here, you guys can see once I click on this add camera option, here I do have a slider. Okay, so basically this one is to zoom in and zoom out. Okay, suppose if I do want to zoom out or if I want to zoom in, I can actually zoom in and zoom out from here accordingly. Okay, so this is the same slider using which the other option available over here is you will be able to give rotation. So here you guys can see right now I do have the zoom in and the zoom out option selected. So actually I can zoom in according to my liking and I can also zoom out according to my liking over here as well. Okay, and if you want to see that how your screen will look like, you guys can come here and you guys can just see this is how your screen is going to look like when you'll start working over here. Okay, so now let's come right over here again. Okay, so you guys can see this is actually used to basically put on different words and stuff like that over here. Okay, so suppose here I am in this particular place as well. Okay, suppose if you do want to add frames, you guys can also add frames. Okay, and before that, if you do want to rotate this thing up, you guys can come here and select this particular point. Okay, this particular thing, and if you do want to give this one up a rotation, okay, so you guys can come here and give up rotation quite like this. Okay, so you guys can see I am just rotating this one, and if you want to rotate back, you need to come here and click on this particular item accordingly. Okay, so here you guys can see I am rotating accordingly, and again this icon will just come back here in the center again till the time I am not satisfied with the rotation. So I can come here and I can place it quite like this over here accordingly. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood this particular part from here. And now let's try to add some frames over here. Okay, so let's try to add some frames. Suppose I will just come here and till 6 seconds. Okay, so let's come here and let's add frame, and over here as well. Okay, so I want to come here, let's add till here, and I can just right click and I can just click on insert frame. And over here as well, what I'm going to do is I am going to come right over here. Okay, so I will just going to come right over here, and if I just move my playhead somewhere down, let's go with 180. Okay, so I'll just come right over here, and over here what I'm going to do is I am going to add some frames. Right click, go to insert frame option. Okay, so I do have this frames right over here, so let's select from this one, and what I can do is I can just delete it. So I can come here and I can just delete these frames accordingly over here as well. So come here, let's click on to the delete option, or let's click onto the cut frames. Okay, and if you want to delete permanently, you guys can come here, click on alt and backspace. Okay, you guys can also use this particular thing right over here as well. Okay, so if you do want to delete this thing up, select all this, okay, and click on delete. Otherwise come here and you guys can go and select remove frames. Okay, so you guys can come here, right click, and here you guys can click on remove frames, and here your keyframes will be removed accordingly. Okay, so come here, and if you want to add up a frame over here as well, right click, go to insert frame. Okay, so now I do have the frame over here as well. The same way, what I'm going to do is I am going to come right over here. Okay, and right click, go to insert frames. Okay, so now here also I do have my frames over here accordingly. And suppose if you do want to off this part, you guys can actually off this part over here as well. Okay, so now I have showed you guys about this camera option over here. Now let's try to understand about parallaxing. Okay, so once you come here, let's come to this lamppost. I'll be adding one lamppost over here. Okay, so in that case, again, I will come here to this particular file and let's go back. And over here, I do have a PNG file. Okay, and the main thing about why did I choose PNG file is because once you choose PNG format, you won't have the background in your image. Okay, so I'll come here and let me just paste this one right over here. Okay, so now I will just keep this one a bit out. Let's select this one, and what I can do is if I do want to move it up, I can basically move it up from here, but I won't select, or I will just come here and I'll just turn this one off. And what I'm going to do is I am going to move this one individually right over here. Okay, so I am going to come here, and if you do wanna decrease the size by 75%, you guys can see this is how you guys will be able to see over here. Okay, so if you do want to put it quite like this here in one corner as well, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can basically put this one in one corner quite like this. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how it actually looks. And what I want to do over here as well, I want to put on some animation. Okay, so if you do want me to put on some animation over here, I can actually put on some animation. Okay, so now as you guys can see, I do have both of this layer, okay, over here. So now again, what I'm going to do is I am going to come here, and over here I am going to add camera. Okay, so now I did have added this particular camera over here as well. So now what I want to do is, if you do want me to bring this particular frame over here, you guys can just bring the frame or this particular last frame over here as well. Okay, so you guys can just bring this particular frame over here. And now if I want to do this layer depth, okay, so I will come here, and here you guys can see now I do have this particular background, this camera option, this background option right over here. Okay, so now what I want to do is, suppose I want to bring this layer kind of down. Okay, like it should appear that this particular frame which I have over here is actually it will basically look good. Okay, and it should give me a 2D animation kind. Okay, so in that case I will just decrease this one behind. So now over here, as you guys can see, now if I just try to keep this thing here in one side, okay, so let me try to keep this thing in one side as I want to show you guys this particular thing. Okay, so now if you try to understand this one, okay, these do have individual colors. Okay, so now if I try to bring this one forward, okay, so this is how it's going to look like. Okay, so if you do want to bring this one here forward, and suppose you want to get this thing in the back side, okay, so if you want to send it back, okay, you guys can actually send it back quite like this. Okay, but what I want is I don't want to change the size. Okay, so I'll just click on maintain size, and now what I'll do is I will just bring this one back a little bit. And here if you try to see, okay, so here now again I will come here, you guys can feel that okay, this layer is different and the behind layer is actually different. Okay, so the same way if I come here in the lamppost option, and again I will just click on maintain size, and what I can do is I can just increase this one till here. Okay, so that one looks better. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have the color and stuff right over here, and now I do have maintained the size over here as well. Okay, so now I'll just close this panel right up over here. So now over here, as you guys can see, now you do have a 2D kind of animation. Okay, for me, I just took a background image right from here. Okay, and I just made it white because I will be putting on the classic Tween over here. Okay, I have already explained to you guys about Tween. Okay, once I have used this layer depth option, you guys can actually see that, okay, this one actually looks quite better. Okay, so if you come over here, if you do want to increase this one, you guys can actually increase this one from here as well. Okay, so if you come here and if you do want to increase or decrease it, you guys can increase or decrease this thing accordingly as well. Okay, so if I just maintain the size over here, and now let's come to this one, and over here now I am going to maintain the size. Okay, so I am going to come right over here. Otherwise, let's place it here. And again, I will just keep on the lock. And if I do want to come down, okay, I can just come down right over here as well. Okay, otherwise, if you do want me to put it quite like this, okay, I can actually put this thing quite over here. Okay, I just want to put in this exact place. Okay, so I just want to put it right over here. And what I want to do is now I want to just come here onto the background, and I will just maintain the size, and maybe I will just take this size a little bit back. Okay, so I'll just take this thing back a little bit more from here. Okay, so I will just come here and I'll just place this thing accordingly, and you guys can see now this one is looking like a different layer. Okay, if you guys can notice, and if you guys can see, this is looking like a different layer. And now I'll just turn this thing back off again. And now what I'm going to do is I will come here, I will bring my playhead here in the starting. Okay, and after that, what I'm going to do is I am going to just bring this one right over here. Like I just want to move on the frame. Okay, so slowly I will try to move on the frame over here, as you guys can see. So here now you guys can see now I do have some kind of a 2D animation over here. Okay, so this is how you guys can see. And if I just come here, you guys can see the 2D animation is basically done. Okay, so again, what I can do is I can come here, maybe just come here into this 150th mark, and over here just right click, and you guys can just click on insert keyframe. And after inserting keyframe, what you can do is you can just come here in the center, okay, which is the 65th mark. Right click, and what you can do is you can just create a classic tween. Okay, so now come over here, and if you do want to go back, okay, if you do want to just play this thing up, you guys can actually play this thing up right over here. Otherwise, what you can also do is, as this one is not played over here properly, Control Z back again. Okay, so now again I will just come right over here. Okay, so let's just take my playhead here in the beginning. So let's come over here in one side. Okay, so let's come over here into the frame number 1. And from here, now what I'm going to do is I am going to just move this thing up. Okay, so from here basically I will be moving this thing up. Let's select this layer from here. Let's select this part from layer 2 or frame 2. And now let's try to just move it quite over here onto this particular side. Okay, so here you guys can see now this lamp is looking like that this one is placed in front of the background. Okay, so it will just give you a 2D animation type quite like this. And once I come over here, what I can do is I can just bring my playhead right over here. Okay, as you guys can see, I do have my playhead right over here, and now I will just come here in the center, and what I can do is I can just come here. Let's go to the 75th mark, right click and create classic tween. Okay, so now if I just come here and let's play this thing. Okay, so here you guys can see a small kind of animation which is right over here. Okay, so you guys can see it's going frame by frame, and now you will have a sudden change over here. And yeah, there was a small problem while I was creating this classic tune. Let's Control Z back, and here let's try to understand this one about animation. Okay, so let's just move it up right over here, and let's just try to fix out the first frame. Okay, so now over here let's try to just move this thing up quite like this, and over here let's put my playhead right here in the center. Okay, so as you guys can see, I have just put this one here in the center, and again what I can do is I can just bring my playhead right over here, and after that what I can actually do is I can just bring this thing up onto the right hand side. Okay, otherwise again I will just go back, Control Z. With all this again, I will just remove this keyframe over here. Okay, so I will just click on remove keyframes. Okay, if you do any mistake while doing this thing, okay, you guys can always fix your things out. So I'll just come here and click on this frame, right click and click on remove keyframes option. Okay, so you guys can actually remove keyframes all along. Okay, so suppose I will click here and I'll just try to remove the keyframes. Okay, and from here, suppose this particular part I want to put on an animation. Okay, here onto the 4 seconds mark. Okay, so I will just come here onto the 120th frame, right click, and you guys can just insert a keyframe. Okay, so before that let me just select the first frame. Okay, so this is going to be my first frame, and now I will just move on to my playhead. Let's come here into this frame, and what you can do is you guys can add up a keyframe right over here. Okay, so let's try to right click, and what you can do is you guys can come here and you guys can go to insert keyframe. And again what I'm going to do now is I am going to just move this thing onto the right hand side. Okay, so as you guys can see, I am trying to move this particular thing onto the right hand side slowly. As you guys can see right over here, you guys can just bring this thing quite like this, and afterwards you guys can just end this part over here. Okay, so I will just keep this thing right over here, and now again I will just come here in between. Okay, so 60th frame, right click, and what you can do is you guys can just create a tween, and again I will come here, and now if I just play this one here, you guys can see how it's being played. Okay, so this is how you guys can just create some animation accordingly. Okay, so this one, if I come over here, let me just pause this one, and if I just come here, you guys can see this particular frame which I had just put. Okay, so this one is actually not looking that, it's showing that it's coming forward. Okay, and I do have the background as separate. Just think, if you create all of these icons, each and everything in your background or any icons over here, if you just put each and everything under a separate layer, it will look stunning. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood how you will be able to use the classic tween, how to do this parallaxing, okay, using the layer depth, how to use this camera option. Okay, so I have tried to explain to you guys each and everything over here in detail. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. So till then, take care and goodbye.
Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of animation with Adobe Animate tutorial. So now we are on a chapter number 13, and here we do have a project on creating an icon to animate in a path.
Okay, so here this is a project in which I'll be creating an icon first, okay, and turning it into a symbol, and after that I will just animate it using a path. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Animate. So now basically from here, what I'll be doing is I will be coming over here, creating a new file. Okay. And from here, I will be clicking onto the create button. Okay. So I'll click on create, and here I do have my workspace. Okay. So the first thing what I'm going to do right over here is I am going to create a shape. Okay. So if I come over here, if I take out this rectangle, and from here, let me try to create a rectangle quite like this. Okay. So here, as you guys can see, now I do have this kind of rectangle over here. And what I'm going to do now is I am going to come over here, take my selection tool. And if I do want to select this one, I can select this one as well. I do have a stroke over here. Okay. So if I do want to actually group these strokes or just group the whole thing all together, okay, I can come here, go to the properties panel, and from here I can just create this thing as an object. Okay, so I can come here and take my selection tool, and I can just select this particular object, and from here I can actually change the fill and all. Okay, so if I come here, let's take out the fill. What color fill do I want? Let's go with something red. Okay, and for stroke, if I do want to increase the stroke, I will come here and I'll just increase the stroke by 10. And if I do want to give this one up a different color, I can actually give up a different color. Otherwise, I can come here onto this color wheel and I can just take some colors accordingly. Okay, so come here and select some colors over here, click on OK. So here you guys can see I do have this color. And again, what you can also do is if you come here and let's take an oval. Okay, so here I can come and I can just keep one oval over here. Okay, so I'll just try to manage the size. Come here, let's select this freeform tool. Okay, so I can just come here again, actually go back. And if you do want to select both of this thing, okay, suppose I will just come here, select this one and let it go. And what I'm going to do is now select this whole thing up. So I'll try to select this whole thing up. And from here, I will also create an object. Okay. So now over here, if you do want to put it right over here, you guys can actually put this one right over here as well. If you do want to increase the size, you guys can come here and increase the size accordingly. Okay. And if you want to transform this one, you guys can also do that. So let's just keep it right over here. Let's just follow this particular alignment, which I do have. Okay. So you guys can come here. Otherwise, if you do want to increase the size a little bit. Okay. So let's come here. Let's click on shift, and using shift, let's try to create. And if you do want me to move this thing around, I can basically move this thing around over here as well. Try to keep this one. And now let's select this one. If you do want to make it quite like this, you guys can actually make it quite like this as well. Okay, so now just keep this thing here in the center. And what you can do is now select all these things and just move it right over here. Okay, so I'll just move this thing right over here. And over here, if you do want to give this one up a different color, okay, so let's come here and let's go with something yellow. And over here, let's come to the stroke. Okay, and over into the stroke, let's go with a dark blue color. Okay, so here you guys can see. And now again, I will come here into my shape tool, take a rectangle tool, and what I'm going to do is I am going to create a rectangle quite like this. And over here, now I am going to place this one quite over here. Okay, so let's come to this option. Now just let's select this one. Let's select this path. Okay, so I'll try to select it all together. And now I will just try to click Ctrl Z. Okay, so I'll just try to come over here.
and let's try to select all this thing. Okay, so let's try to select it and let's try to move it right over here. Okay, so now again I will just turn this into an object. Okay, so I'll just turn this into an object over here. And what you can do is if you come here into this option, and now you guys can actually decrease the size of this particular thing. Okay, so you guys just try to fix it here in the center. And if you right click, go to arrange, and you guys can just send this thing to back. Okay, so come here and try to send it towards the back. And after that, here, if you come here and if you just come to this pen tool. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, now I do have my pen tool right over here. Okay, so I will just off the caps lock. So from here, I will try to create some designs. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, I will just try to create some designs quite like this. Let's click here. And what you can also do is if you want to create some designs quite like this, you guys can do that. And before that, I will come here and I will just decrease my stroke. Okay, so let's give a stroke of 1. So come here and now just select this particular part. And from here, I will just give this stroke color. Okay, so let's come here. Let's give up a black color. Let's go back. Okay, so I'll just select this particular part. Otherwise, I will just click on escape, select the selection tool, again come here and now select this particular part. And if you do want to give some shape over here, you guys can come here and give some shapes accordingly. Okay, so again come here and just try to give on some shapes. If you do want to go back, you guys can go back and just turn this thing around. Okay, so if you come here, you guys can see I will come here. Let's take this shape, and from here what I can do is I can just give these shapes all over here again. Okay, so come here. If you do want to go back, you guys can just go back and make your shapes accordingly again. Okay, so come here if you want to make some shapes and make some shapes quite like this. Okay, so come here and make some shapes over here as well. Okay, so now if you want to come over here, let's select this with the selection tool. And what I can do is if you want me to turn it into an object, okay, I will try to turn it into an object as well. Okay, so now I will just turn this particular part into an object. Let's try to select this one. Let's try to keep it quite over here. Okay, so I just want to keep this particular part itself. Let's select this one. Let's go to this option. And if you do want to decrease the size quite like this, you guys can also do that. And later what you can also do is just Control Z, select this one. And if you do want to push it on top a little bit, you guys can come here and just push it up a little bit as well. Okay, so let's try to keep this thing here in the center. And if you do want to bring it down a little bit, okay, so come here, click this one. And now if you do want to bring it down a little bit, you guys can also do that over here. Okay, suppose from this end, I will just come here and I will just click on Control Z. Otherwise, again, what I can do is I can come here, select all of this, okay, and just delete this one and this extra part as well. Okay, so try to select all of this, delete, and again I will just select all these things. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in one side, come here and delete this part as well. And again with pen tool, what I'm going to do is I am going to try to make some designs. Okay, so let's create some simple designs quite like this. Okay, so let's come here, and what I can do is I will just join this one. Okay, and over here if I just go back again one step, okay, otherwise let's come here. Let's try to keep this alignment. Okay, so I will just come here, and from here what I'll do is I'll come choose over this point again. Okay, so come here, and if you do want to go back, come here, select this part
and just select over here as well. And now you guys can just join this thing. And if you want to change the style, okay, you guys can come here and change the style as well. Otherwise, you can also change the width, okay, of this one. And if you just increase the stroke over here, okay, let's come here, select it with selection tool, and let's try to select this as an object. So I have just changed this thing in an object. And if you do want to increase the stroke, you guys can increase the stroke. Let's keep the width quite like this. And from here, again, what I'll do is I will just give this one up a fill color. Okay, so let's come here and let's try to take some orange color. Okay, so I will just come here, try to take some orange color, and let's go to free transformation tool. And if you do want to decrease the size, you guys can actually decrease the size. Let's try to move it up over here. Okay, and what you can do is right click, go to arrange, and from here you guys can just send to back. Okay, arrange, and you guys can just send this thing to the back. And if you do want to bring it down a little bit, you guys can also do that from here. Okay, so now I will just create a symbol of all of this thing. So after selecting this one, what I can do is right click, and after that from here I can just click on convert to symbol. Okay, so I will just create a graphic symbol from here. So let's name this one as icon. Okay, so I'll just name this one as icon, and over here I have this particular graphic option selected. Okay, so I will just click on OK from here, and over here you guys can see now I do have this particular icon. And if I do want to decrease the size, I can actually decrease the size over here as well. Okay, so now if you do want me to decrease the size, you guys can see I can just decrease the size of this icon over here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I am going to show you guys an animation over here. Okay, so if you do want me to take any kind of background also, I will be able to do that from here. Otherwise, let's show you guys over here as well. Okay, so as this one is a symbol right now, okay, here in the center, as you guys can see, I will come here, and what I'm going to do is with my pen tool, I am going to create some path. Okay, so I will come here, and let's just select this particular point from here as well. Let's select this part, and from here let's try to create some path accordingly. Okay, so I'll just come here, select this path, and I will come here, and lastly I just want to have this one over here. Okay, so if I do want to see it over here, what I'll do is I will just keep this path quite like this. So over here, as I have selected this path, I will first delete this one over here because I'll be showing you guys that in another layer. Okay, so I'll just select this one, let's delete this path, and let's come here and let's delete this one as well. Okay, as this one I have turned this icon into a symbol, the next thing is to align it to a path. Okay, so now I will just double click this particular layer and I will just name this accordingly. Okay, so let's come here, let's name this one as icon, and I will just click outside. And again, what I'm going to do is I am going to take up a layer. Okay, so I'll just delete this one, and how I'm going to take the layer is I am going to just come here and just right click, and what I'm going to do is I am going to insert a layer right over here. Okay, so you guys can come here, and if you want to add classic motion guide, you guys click over here, and here you guys can see this is the guide icon. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this guide icon right over here, and basically over here now you guys can just create a path. Okay, so let's come here, and from here let's try to create a path, and I will just come here, and what I'm going to do is here as well I'm just going to create a path. Let's come here, and lastly what I'm going to do is I am going to place that one over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have this particular path. Okay, so now what I can also do is I can come here onto my icon, And what I want to do is I just want to snap this over here onto the line. Okay, as you guys can see, this one is basically snapping here onto the path. Okay, and if it's not snapping, what you can do is you guys can come here, okay, into the dock option, and from here make sure you on this snap to objects and snap alignment option. Okay, if I turn it on, you guys can actually see that it will just snap. Okay, so if I come here, okay, so it's not snapping right now. Okay, so if I just come here, let's go to dock, and from here let's on the snapping option. Okay, so here now if I just move here, you guys can see this is snapping quite properly. Okay, so now I have just added this particular thing over here, and now what I can do is I can just come here, and now I can just move this one right over here on top. Okay, so I will come here, and now if I do want to add frames, it depends on me where I do want to add some frames. Okay, so I'll just come right over here, and let's take 150 frames. Okay, so I can come here. So now over here, I will come to this icon option. Let's take 150. So I'll just come here, select this one, right click, and what I'm going to do is I am going to insert keyframe. Okay, so here as you guys can see, now I do have inserted the keyframe, but what happened is here onto my guide option, I don't basically have the guide. Like I'm not able to see the guide right now. So what I can also do is I can just come here, click over here on top, and again what I can do is I can right click, and over here you don't have to insert keyframe, you can just insert a frame itself. Okay, so here as you guys can see, now I do have inserted the frame as well. Okay, so now if I just click over here, you guys can see I am just putting on this particular path. And after that, what you can also do is you guys can come here, and you guys can take this one over here on the top as well. Okay, let's try to keep it right over here. Okay, and here I have just applied, and what I can do now is I can just come here and I can just apply a tween. Okay, and now let's come here, let's just right click somewhere over here, and let's try to insert a classic tween. Okay, so here I just right click, and here you guys can see now if I just play this thing up, here you guys can see this is how you guys will be able to play this thing up, and this is how it will move around your frame quite like this. Okay, so over here I do have applied the tween. Okay, so now what you can also do is if I just click on Control and Enter, here you guys will be able to see it in this particular view. And right now, as you guys can see, that over here I don't show any path. Okay, like I don't have any path over here. Okay, so this one is also amazing, as you guys can see right over here, and I can also minimize, otherwise I can just close this thing up. Okay, so here again if I just click on Control and Enter, okay, so here you guys will be able to see that it's moving, but here I want this head. Okay, let's come here, let's just pause this one. Okay, so here you guys can see over here I want this particular part to be pointed on the path itself. Okay, so let's try to work with that. So now over here, if I want to align it to the path, okay, like the head will move towards that, in that case what I can do is first thing I need to come here, bring my playhead over here into this last frame. Okay, so from here using this free transformation tool, I will just give this thing one up a rotation. Okay, so I will just give this thing up a rotation, and it's not yet basically done. Okay, so again after changing over here, what I will do is I will just take my playhead, and right over here what I can actually do is I will take this particular keyframe. Okay, so the first one right over here, and if I just right click, okay, otherwise if I come here, come to this particular frame. Okay, so let's select the particular first frame, and from here if I click onto the frame option, this orient to path, okay, so it will be applied properly. Okay, so from here also what you can do is you guys can actually fix this one. Okay, So you guys can just give this thing up a rotation as well. Okay, so I will just rotate it quite like this over here, and now I will just orient this thing to the path. Okay, so now if I play here, you guys can see now this one is actually oriented to the path basically. Okay, so now yeah, I hope you guys have understood how you will be able to do that. And if you don't want to see the path, in that case, again, what you can do is you can just click on Control and Enter from your keyboard, and it will export in this particular mode. As you guys can see, this is how your animation looks like. Okay, you do have given this one up a path. Okay, so now I will just cancel this one, and what I'm going to do is I am going to come here in the starting. Okay, and over here, suppose you want to decrease the size, or if you suppose you want to increase the duration. Okay, so now let's come here, let's go to the 7 seconds mark. Okay, so let's try to come right over here. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to take this last frame. If I do want to make it slow, I will take this last frame, and what I'll do is I will just move it up right over here. Okay, so if you do want to bring it right over here, otherwise let's make it of 8 seconds. So I have just increased the length, and the same way what you're going to do is just click on the same frame, right click, and you guys can insert frames over here accordingly. Okay, so now you guys will be able to see that the speed of this video might have increased to a lot extent. Okay, so you guys can come here and over here. Now if I just play this thing, you guys can see the speed of the video have slowed down to quite an extent. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to make your animation over here. Okay, so now again, if I just take my playhead back in the starting page, okay, or the starting frame, and if you want to see it in without the stroke or the path which I created, again come here, click on Control and Enter, and now you will do have this particular form. And basically here you guys are able to see the animation which I had created. Okay, so I have tried to show you guys a lot of things over here in this class. First, how to make a symbol out of these shapes, and after that I have showed you guys how you will be able to create a path in a different layer, and that also in a guide icon layer, how to create that. And after that I have showed you guys how you will actually make your design follow a particular path, and also I have also oriented you guys with the path over here. Okay, so lastly, if you want to save up your file, go to File option. Okay, we do have a whole class in exporting. Okay, so I hope you guys will join that class and will be able to know how you'll be able to export your videos out over here. For me right now, I will just save this as a working file. Okay, so I will just name this one as icon animation. Okay, so I will just name this one as icon animation. Go to desktop, and I'll just go to my resource file, and I'll just save this one over here. Okay, so yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye.
Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of animation with Adobe Animate tutorial. So now this is going to be the last chapter of this whole tutorial, where I'll be exporting your animation in Adobe Animate. Okay, like once you're done working with your chapter, how you will export that. Okay, I'll be showing you guys 2 different ways of how you will be able to do that. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the Adobe Animate. So let's create a new file over here. Okay, it will show me a popped up window, and from here let's click on create to create my workspace in which I'm going to work on. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, now I do have this particular frame. If I want to make any kind of designs over here, suppose if I come here and let's try to put some shapes around. Okay, so if you guys want to do that, you guys can come here, select this line tool. Otherwise I will just put this layer right over here, and now let's just put this one in one corner. Okay, so I'll just come here and I will just put this thing here in one corner, and let's take this shape. Okay, so let's take one rectangle shape. Let's click on shift, and now let's try to create a shape like this. Okay, suppose I do have this particular icons. If I do want to move it, I can basically move it from here. Okay, so if I do come here, and if you want me to select all of it, and now I can also move things like that. Okay, if you want to create some designs, you guys can come here and create designs accordingly. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can add some path, and over here you guys can come and just adjoin this path as well. Okay, so now if you do want to put up any colors, okay, you guys can come here, select the selection tool, now select this particular path or this particular place right over here. Okay, so if you do want to go to the swatches, otherwise let's go here, let's come to this particular option. If you want to create some things like this, okay, and suppose you want to do some animation, and afterwards you want to now save this thing. Okay, you want to save this in your system. So how you will be able to do that? Okay, suppose if I just open another file. Okay, so let's come here and let's open another file in which I worked on before. Okay, so let's take this camera file from here and let's just open this thing up. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I do have some animations over here. Suppose if I do want to save it now, what I need to do is I can just save it with a shortcut. As you guys can see here, quick share and publish option. Okay, so if you want to share this one, okay, so if you actually put up your social media accounts, if you want to publish it there, you guys can actually do it from here. Otherwise you guys can actually export in multiple formats. Okay, so if you come here, if you do want to do it in a MP4 version or in a GIF version, okay, like how you want to actually download it, this is the option right over here. You guys can basically choose. Otherwise here in social media, you do have the Twitter and the YouTube account. If you guys go here and log into your account from your Adobe Animate, then you'll be able to share your things directly from here as well using this quick share and publish tool. Okay, so from here now let's come again, let's see the other way around how you'll be able to export things. If you come here onto the file option, and from the file option here you guys can see there is an option called export. Okay, so if that's only an image, okay, as I'll show you guys in that one. So if I want to actually export it into a video or media, I can actually click over here, and for many videos they do use this movie version. Okay, so you guys can actually do that in that size as well. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys about exporting a video or media. So if I click over here, you guys can see the page size in which I worked on. Here they do have the resolution. Okay, so here they do have the resolution, and here also you guys can see ignore stage color and generate alpha color. Okay, so now as you guys can see, now I am not able to basically see the stage color. Okay, so if I just click onto this one as well, I can actually do that over here. Okay, so now how you want to actually export, okay, till how much long. If you want to export the entire movie or the entire video, you guys can actually select it from here. Otherwise you guys can see I do have this video one of 180 frame. Okay, suppose here I only do have one scene. Okay, suppose if I do had 2 or 3 scenes over here, they'll ask me that in which scene do I want to export basically. Okay, so if I come here, if I click onto this icon, okay, so I can actually check out this frame size and stuff. If I come here, go to scene option, and now from here if I just decrease the timing, then what it will do, it will basically take only 142 frames only. Okay, from here I'll just go back again, and if I do want to increase it, let's come here, let's increase it to 180. Okay, so now here you can also select the start time and also the duration. Okay, if you want to give it in the form of hours, minutes, seconds and milliseconds over here, okay, you can check it from here. Okay, you guys can actually do that over here as well. Okay, so let's come here, let's put it on entire movie, as I only do have one scene. And here under format, you guys can see, make sure if you're trying to download a MP4 video, in that case
it should be H.264 option over here. Okay, so this is basically for MP4 videos, and if you do have an image, okay, you guys can actually do it in a JPEG form as well. Okay, so I'll come here, and in default, make sure you guys select the match source high bitrate. Okay, so if you just select it right over here, okay, let's select it over here, and from here basically you guys can select at what part or where you want to save your file. Okay, so you guys come here down, okay, and if you don't want to come right over here, let's go to my resource file, and from here, if I do want to save it in a different name, okay, so let's come here, and I will just type camera video. Okay, so I'll just type this thing right over here, and I can select this particular file. Okay, so here you guys can actually click on save. Okay, so here it will be saved, and now if you want to actually start rendering this one, you guys can actually use Adobe Media Encoder Render Queue. Okay, so Adobe Media Encoder is also another software which is by Adobe, as you guys already know by the name. Okay, there you will be able to actually render your files. Okay, you will be able to render all of your files over there, and you can actually work in other softwares accordingly. Like you can just put up a video, suppose you do video editing. In that case, if you are actually making some video and just putting it on for rendering, at the same time you guys can do some other works as well. Okay, so you guys can use this encoder option. It's quite a helpful one, and if I just click on export, here you guys can see it's just exporting my media. Okay, so here you guys can see it might take some time. Okay, and I guess it's being exported. Okay, I'll be checking this later. And here again, let's come to this option, and now let's go to file and let's go to export. But here now I want to export an image. Okay, so let's come here, and basically from here it will also show me a pop-up page, okay, where I will do have few options. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have the export page window popped up over here. Okay, so if I do want to give this one some presets, okay, here you guys can see, you guys can select if you want to give this one a PNG, and if you want to give this one a high-end JPEG, you guys can actually give this thing quite like that. Okay, so now here if I just come here for PNGs, and if I just click on transparency, this is how it will basically look. And now from here as well, what I can do is, okay, so now here I do have my media encoder. Okay, so now it just opened, and what I'll do is let's come right over here, and now I will just save the size of the image. Okay, so here you guys can see I already do have this size, and if you want to put up anything here in the color table, you guys can do that. And if you want to zoom in that case, you guys can just zoom in as well. Okay, let me just fit on screen, and what I'm going to do is I am going to click on done. Okay, so this is how you guys will also be able to save these things. Here you guys can see my media has been exported, and now I will download this part over here as well. Okay, so if you want to check this out, let's come here onto my files over here, and let's go to my resource file, and from my resource file here you guys can see I do have the video. Let's check the video from my VLC player. Okay, so this is how this video actually looks. You guys can see this particular 2D animation right over here. Okay, so you guys can see this particular animation right over here. It looks quite nice. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys have understood how you'll be able to export your media over here. And yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter in our class project, where you guys will be showing me your class projects, and I'll be reviewing all of that in our next class. Okay, so I will be waiting for you guys to send me your work that I can check those out and get back to you guys with any feedback. Okay, so yeah, I hope to see you all. Take care and goodbye everyone. Keep on practicing Adobe Animation to create some stunning animation over here. Hello everyone. So now this is the time for a class project where I'll be showing you guys by making symbols out of shapes. Okay, so we'll be combining different kind of shapes to create a symbol. We'll be making this of two kind. First one will make the graphic, and the next one will make movie clip one. Okay, so we'll be understanding about all of this here in this particular chapter. So let's go and look at the steps first. So here, as you guys can see, I do have the name of the class project as making symbols out of shapes. Okay, so over here, I also do have a description and outcome, which you guys can actually check out. But for me, I will directly go onto the steps of what all you need to follow. Okay, step 1, create a new file. Step 2, take shapes and adjust those accordingly. Hello everyone. So now this is the time for a class project, and here I do have the class project 2, which is creating a ball animation in Adobe Animate. Okay, so first I'll be showing you guys how to create a ball, and after that I'll be showing you guys animation on that as well. So let's look at the steps, what all we need to follow. So here, as you guys can see, I do have the name of the class project as creating a ball animation in Adobe Animate. Okay, so over here, I do have step 1 as create a new file. Step 2, create a ball using the shapes. Step 3, create a graphic symbol out of the shape. Step 4, make path guide in guide option. Step 5, make keyframes and put the classic tween in those frames. Save the file and upload in our project panel, which is the last step. Okay, so let's move on and let's see in Adobe Animate how you'll be able to do that. So now over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page or the workspace of this Adobe Animate. Let's come here. Let's go to oval tool. Let's click on shift and let's try to create a ball over here. Okay, so let's try to create a ball. As you guys can see, this actually looks like a ball right over here. If you want to take this, you guys can come here and you guys can just shape this according to a ball. Okay, so you guys can come here, and what you can do is now select this one, and from here now I will actually try to put on some designs. Okay, if you do want to put on, in that case, come here, take this paintbrush tool, and what you can do is you can just click on shift and make some designs over here accordingly. Okay, so come here and try to put on some designs. Okay, let's come here and let's put it over here as well. So once I have created this design, let's come here, take this selection tool, and what I'm going to do is I am going to right click and I am going to convert this particular thing into a symbol. Okay, so I will just name this one as ball, and I want to make this one as a graphic symbol, and I'll just click on OK. So here you guys can see I do have this particular ball right over here, which I do have created this particular symbol. So over here, now I will just right click, and what I'm going to do is I will add classic motion guide. Okay, so I'll just come over here, and over here now what I'm going to do, suppose I want my animation till here. Right click and I will just click or just come here. Let's try to make a path. So let's come here, and over here I am going to make up a path. Okay, so let's come here, and from here now I will just create a curve. Let's come on to this option, and from here let's try to choose another curve. Okay, let's come here and let's just take this place as well. And what I can also do is come here and I'll just place it right over here as well. Okay, so now again, once I have done this particular path, what I'll do is come here, select this thing, and what I'm going to do now is I am going to come here and try to put this thing over here. Okay, so I will just try to snap it here onto the path. Okay, so if you want me to snap it, or what I can do is come here, go to this properties option, and from here I will just go to dock and make sure I just on my snapping. Okay, so I'll come here, and if you want me to on my snapping option, go to docks, and I will just on my snapping option from here. Okay, so I will just snap this one accordingly. So I'll just come here, and what I can also do is let's come to this 90 seconds mark, and from here now I will just right click, and after that I will just click on insert keyframe. Okay, so now I have just inserted keyframe. Come here on top, okay, in the 90th frame, and over here I will just insert frame. Okay, so now I will just come here, and what I can do is I can just place this thing right over here. Okay, so I will just place this thing right over here, and now I will just come here in between, and over here I will just create a classic tween. Okay, and again come to this frame option, and I will just orient to path. Okay, so here as you guys can see, now again if I click on Control and enter, okay, so if I just come here and if I just click on Control and enter, let's just come here in the beginning. Okay, so let's come here and let's try to see. Okay, so here as you guys can see, this is actually being played in reverse. Okay, so now again what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here, and if you do want me to go back, I can basically go back from here as well. Okay, so now if you do want to move around the path, okay, so I'll just come here onto this layer, and over here now if you want me to move this thing, you guys can see how it actually moves. And if you do want to remove the classic tween, you guys can come here and remove the classic tween from here as well. Okay, so come here, select this particular frame, and over here let's select this particular path, and right over here as well let's click on insert keyframe. Okay, so now I will just come to this option, okay, and right click, and from here what I can do is I can just remove this particular frame. Otherwise I can just click on Alt and delete. Otherwise, if you just click on this one, you guys can actually have this one over here as well. Okay, so you guys can see I have just applied the classic tween. Okay, so now again if I want to go back, let's come here, let's go back, and let's come here back again. So from here now I will just come to this spot, and I will just right click. Okay, so let's come here, let's go to this option, right click, and from here I will just click on insert keyframe, and over here the same spot, okay, here onto the 90th frame, I will just right click, and I will just click on insert frame. Okay, so I do have this particular path right now. Okay, so now again here in the starting I do have this particular frame right over here. Okay, and lastly I will just come here to this frame. Okay, I will just come over here onto this frame, and what I can do is I can just move this thing up over here on top. Okay, so I'll just move this thing up quite over here. Okay, so here you guys can actually see. Okay, so I'll just move this thing up over here. If I right click and if I just create one classic tween, okay, and now let's just orientate to path as well. Okay, so now let's just move it up, and if you play, okay, here you guys can see this is how it will be played. Okay, and if I just come here again, let's put on this one, let's click on Control and enter. Okay, so you guys can see how it actually moves. Okay, so you guys will be able to save this one. Come here to the file option and go to export. From here go to export video and media. Make sure you choose all of this correctly. I have showed you guys in the export class, and from here let's select the file. Okay, let's go to desktop, let's go to the resource file, and from here I will just name this one as class project 2. Okay, so I'll just save this one as class project 2, click on save and click on export, and it will go to my media encoder. So I'll be waiting for you guys to send me your work, and yeah, I hope you guys have understood this class project. So take care everyone, goodbye, and keep on practicing your animation.